That's why it's unallowed. Right. Best spot. You can actually get out front. Or on the screen.
At least you have a.
All the way down.
Okay, so yours pulling all your files.
Text the number. Throw that out there. Scan. Okay.
No, I know that, but that makes me wonder too, like,
Not my rabbit hole.
it's the same kind of thing though, they're pulling special money
Moving the
for
road.
what?
Right, we're up.
Oh, right.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am?
If your microphones are currently muted, so you're going to have to unmute them when you talk. It'll light up green. It's on muted.
Oh, okay, so red is muted?
Yes.
All right, green is go, huh?
Yep.
All right, moving on to general business. No, public comment. Do we have any general public comment?
There is none.
Okay. Moving on to general business, 223153, city clerk, I believe this is your item.
Yes, it is. Push the presentation. Heather Faust, City Clerk, and today we're going to discuss the advisory board discussion. There are a lot of parts to this, and not all of them are in this presentation, but I know each commissioner has brought something to my attention that they want to talk. So hopefully this will just be more of an open discussion once I get through the PowerPoint. On the agenda, I wanted to discuss the advisory boards and the current membership status that we have for each board, youth members, ways to increase memberships, training for boards, chair and vice chair, and the staff liaison, staff recommendations, and answer any commission questions and discussion. For the advisory boards, currently I have them listed, and I also have how many members we have on each with how many vacancies. In red, you're, oh, it's not showing. It's not showing. IT. Look, it's changing on my screen. It's not changing.
We're gonna need that.
No, plug in with this. It's not changing. I'm going through my whole slide.
Excuse me. Okay, so. This way. Okay, so.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and that's the agenda that I just went over. So again, for the advisory boards, I have listed how many members we currently have and how many vacancies. In the red, you're gonna see what we have on the September 13th agenda to be approved for commission appointment to the board. So for art board, we have one student application and one alternate application that will be on the 13th agenda. So you can take that into consideration when looking at the number of vacancies that we currently have. So as you see, the art advisory board, it's pretty well, it's good to go. Auditor selection committee, we do not have another audit. I believe finance said for 4 to 5 years, so we're not going to take any applications for that board at this time because we appoint somebody, by the time the audit comes around, they'll already expire. So we're gonna put on our website that we're not accepting applications. Charter review is pretty full. Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, that board has not met since I started here in 2019. It seems they are required to have 4 members to even have a meeting. And it seems that once we get a new member, then one of them falls off, and we've never had the 4 long enough to have a meeting. So we do need to get another member for that board. Community Economic Development seems pretty good. Environmental Advisory Board, we do have 1 regular board member application and 1 student application for the 13th. Historic and Cultural, we have 2 members. One of them her term's out in September, the end of September, and the other one in October, and we will have no members on that board at that time. Joint Management Advisory Board, that is full. Municipal Fire Pension as well. The police pension is doing good as well. And that did change, that's why it was 3 members and 2 vacancies. Now it is 4 members we have and 1 vacancy on there. Parks and... There you go. Thank you. I have to remember the buttons. Okay. Parks and Recreation, they're doing well also. We do have 1 alternate application for the 13th. Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, we have 2 regular applications for the 13th. Public Utilities Advisory Board, we have 1 member. I do not believe that board has met since 2019-2020 timeframe. And we will discuss that further down in the recommendations as well. Veterans Park, we do have the park rep application on for the 13th. And Zoning Board of Appeals is required to have 4 members to have a meeting. They currently do have 4 members with the 3 regular and 2 alternate vacancies. Youth members. Currently, we have 1 regular member of each advisory board may be a youth member unless youth members are specifically provided for by ordinance. They may not serve as chair or vice chair unless they're 18. They must be between the age of 14 to 17 at the time of appointment. And they serve 1 year. We did just put out a push on social media, and I know Commission had reached out to some students, and you see on the 13th, we do have quite a few students that are signing up, and the year starting again, the school year, so they're more active. I will discuss that further under recommendations as well, on what boards are appropriate and which ones are not appropriate for youth members. I know that was a concern of a commissioner. Ways to increase membership, sorry. I had reached out to other municipalities to see what they were doing. We are not the only one. Actually, we are a lot better than a lot of other municipalities in getting board members. Some of them say they can't even pay people to get on their boards. So a lot of them do not have the year residency requirement, which is a recommendation, I feel, to remove that residency requirement. We go out to Newcomers Day and we provide the advisory board information, but you're providing it to these newcomers, but they can't apply for a year. So by then, they've probably turned on to other community activities that they want to do maybe, or something like that. The terms, we currently have, most of our boards are 2-year term limits, and then there are 2-year terms with 2-term limits. So to maybe adjust those to be something different to keep board members on the board, we do have a lot of board members who want to continue on but are not able to, and then the board, members decrease and we have issues with not being able to attain a quorum. Commission annual review of roles and responsibilities and delegation of tasks and projects. And this comes from a lot of just sitting into the advisory boards. They all don't know what their roles and responsibilities are. Sometimes they're not conducive to what the board's looking to do. Also, they don't have tasks given down to them to give them something to do other than just have a meeting. So I think that might help and give them a purpose. And board member interaction during the meetings is a big concern with some members who have left advisory boards because of their experience on the board was not pleasant. So there's that. Training. I did put in the backup template or drafts of training for all of what you see on the screen. I do want to have board member training for onboarding. We do give them a lot of information, but I think maybe to have a one-on-one with the board members when they are first coming on board would be good, and then an annual refresher to all the board members. The chair and vice chair, I think it would be good to provide them training, or provide the whole board training right before they elect their chair and vice chair, so that they know what they're getting into and they can determine if that's something that they really think that they're capable of running the meeting in the manner that we would like it to be run in. So I think that should be an annual training. And staff liaison training would be a collaboration between myself and the city manager's office, and have that done at the time of their appointment to each board. So recommendations. A recommendation that I have would be to remove the youth membership from the Charter Review Advisory Board. I don't think that it's an appropriate board for a youth member to be sitting on. Change the terms to 3 years for non-quasi boards, remove term limits, or remove the 12-month residency requirement for non-quasi boards. Annual review of roles and responsibilities by the commission, and assigned projects and direction from commission, and commission review of experience and board civility. That one, there's a couple boards that it's a little uncomfortable sitting in these boards, even as a staff liaison or a recording secretary. And other board members who have left have expressed that same concern of why they left, which they would have been really good board members, I believe. So I think it's something that really needs to be looked into. And questions?
Commissioner questions? Anybody, just raise your hands, Commissioner Luke.
Yeah, there's a lot that I believe needs to be addressed, and this is a topic that we've been talking about wanting to discuss further for a couple of years. So thank you for bringing it forward and the work that you've put into it. The last topic that you were talking about is something that it's hard. It's a hard topic. I've had board members come to me and tell me that they left because of the actions that were going on the boards. We can't have that. In the past, there was a particular individual who we were going to have to remove, and he quit before we had to have a discussion. But we don't really have any criteria to bring that, to bring actions to the commission for the commission to say, yes, they violated thus and such, and so we need to remove them. So I think there needs to be a list of criteria, such as disrespecting the liaison or the clerk staff that is in there, not being respectful to the other members, and that liaison needs to be able to have control of that meeting. And if they don't respect that liaison when they tell them, hey, you're getting, too loud, or your time is up, let's go to somebody else, that needs to come to the board, and the board decide whether they need to continue or not. That way, you're not saying, we just don't like this person, or somebody say, we just don't, like that person, or they don't see it the same way we do, so we're trying to get them off. If you have the criteria listed, then you're protecting yourself. And Heather, you know what goes on. in some of those boards. So I think you can make a list of what would be offensive and what has caused people to quit. I mean, we pretty much beg people to go on a board, and then they have to quit because there's just so much conflict and controversy going on. That's one thing. The residency, I don't mind dropping it to 6 months. I don't want to remove it. A new individual, I think, needs to have some acclimation to the city. They might quickly get on a board and then find that they've got a job that they can't or something come up. I think allowing somebody 6 months to see whether they're fitting in before they join a board and then have to quit would be fine. To say, nope, a 2-week-old person can come in, I would hesitate over that. The adjustment of the terms that you're talking about, I got no problem leaving them at 2 years, but have it for three rounds instead of, 2 terms and then they're done. Add the third one on. That way somebody's not trapped into 3 years. If they wanted to get out in 2, they could, but it extends it that if they like that board and functioning well in that board, I don't mind taking it before they go off. I want to make sure that there's a 1-year rest, and then they can go back on though. The tax oversight, I think we need to make that maybe a 5-year commitment instead of a 1-year or 2-year or whatever. And that way, whenever that tax oversight meets, you're not losing somebody.
I think it's also they've started doing other things, so it's not really their terms expiring, they're just not interested
They
in
meet
being on the,
once a year? Yeah, twice.
on the board anymore by that time. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
They're supposed to meet once a year.
yes.
I mean, pretty much that's the same with the charter review, and how they decided to meet every month, I don't know. But that does not need to be meeting monthly, they're just required once a year. But that tax oversight, so they're losing interest before the year even comes?
Well, I would say probably at this point it would be the 2-year, because I believe we got 4 members approximately a year after I started. So it was right at trying to get the members, we got the members 2-year, then we ended up back down to the 3 members again.
All right, is there statute that states that you have to have 4 members on that? Or can we change it
No,
to
that one
be
is 4
3
members.
members? I'm sorry?
That one is 4 members.
Who dictates 4?
I believe it is statute, but I'll have to, or the county. I think it's in the
County?
resolution that the county, when they created, so I have to look into it, but I believe it's in the resolution that they.
Okay,
It could be tied to the surtax referendum as part of surtax, a requirement.
you're right, it could very well be tied to that. But I would look into that, but again, if you leave a 5-year span, hopefully, within 5 years, somebody's not dropping off.
Okay.
And that way, you can call on them to come in. I think the youth, making it 18, there are a lot of 18-year-old seniors. And I think it should be 18 so that you've got the older teenager from the school also. I'm going to yield the floor, sir.
Were you talking, and this is just a question on what you just said, they had talked about 14 to 17, but 18 being a chair of the board. Are you saying that no youth under the age of 18 needs to be on the board?
No, it needs to include the 18-year-olds.
Because it did state that in the thing. And the other thing that I had brought up that I just want to get on with you since you were on with the youth is if we are doing 14 to 17, which is like middle school going on to high school, maybe making their term 1 year because their years change just as, they may be going into volleyball or basketball next year, but may have time this year and may not want to commit to 2 years.
I believe they
There
are
is 1 year.
yearly.
There is 1 year?
It is
Okay.
1 year.
Okay, I didn't see that. Any other commissioners? Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, thank you for putting all this together. It was extremely helpful, very in-depth, very grateful. I do agree with Commissioner Luke about the 18-year-olds being in high school. They're in high school. They may not graduate sometimes even until they turn 19. So we have to make sure that when we put in this kind of language, that they have to be in high school. One of the other things that I have been hearing is the residents of Northport, but they may not go to Northport High School, or they may not go to Imagine High School. They may go to Pineview or Military Academy.
The way it's written right now, it just says in high school. It does not say high school in Northport.
Okay.
It just says
I
in high
thought we had
school.
changed that. I just wanted to clarify, so thank you for that. But they have to be a Northport resident.
Yes.
All right. I will admit, since we're talking about Northport residents at this point, when I saw that, I thought you were trying to get rid of all residency requirements and just having anybody join our advisory board. So I'm glad you clarified that during this. And I was, after you had said that, I went, well, why not make it 6 months? I agree again with Commissioner Luke that, hey, they have to have some kind of involvement in the city, be in the city, kind of get a pulse of the city. How can you make a recommendation if you just hear it within a day or two? So I'm going to go back and advocate again to having a commissioner sit as a non-voting member on advisory boards. As a member of the CDAB, I was a non-voting member. And it proved to be extremely helpful to the board when I was a member of that board, because they understood where certain projects were. They asked questions of processes that maybe the liaison doesn't know from a commissioner's point of view. Obviously, I could not vote. I think too, it kind of gives them an interaction with commission and the board. So I'm just throwing that out there as an idea. One of the other things is we definitely need to disband the Utility Advisory Board. It hasn't met since 2019. It's been 3 years. And I know that maybe 2020, 2021 because of COVID, but it still wasn't meeting even before COVID became a common word. So we'd have to have that discussion. I'd also like to have a discussion about what is considered an absence. We've had a couple of board members who would say, hey, I can't make it to the meeting, but then it wasn't because they were sick or had to work, and it just became absent, 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 absent. Unexcused sometimes was thrown in there. So we have to really keep a pulse, especially for the quasi-boards, to make sure that a quasi-board, the people do show up.
Our code provides for excused absences as well. And it has been, what we have put out is if it's an excused absence, a board member can call, and it needs to be an extenuating circumstance, like commission has to be able to attend virtually, those type of things. If they call, they have one of those reasons why they can't, typically it's medical, we would present it to the chair at the beginning of the meeting, so-and-so has requested to be excused for this meeting, and then she would say, so-and-so is requested to be excused for this meeting, and they vote on it. And even at that, there still needs to be some type of management to make sure they're not abusing the excused absences as well. So that's something that we're working on to make sure that we're getting those excused versus unexcused documented as well on the record.
So to me, there's two different types of boards. One's a quasi and one's a non-quasi. The quasi-boards are the ones that I am very concerned about, the excused, unexcused absences. Because I believe our code also says that if you're an alternate, you cannot participate unless a regular member is absent.
Yes.
That's another thing that has been kind of a controversy is, hey, I'm an alternate, why can't I participate? Well, because you're an alternate and the board is full for this meeting. And I think the chair a couple of times has made exceptions to alternates' participation. And we have to be constant.
Yes.
So those are just some of the things that I was wanting to discuss. I am concerned about the advisory board for the historical advisory board. Those two, you said, are going to be leaving very soon because they're
Yes.
terming out.
And that is on the September 13th agenda to discuss the zoning board of appeals, historic board, and the utility board.
Oh,
Well, so that.
ZBA.
Yes, because they haven't, their concern there is they're required to have 4 members as well to even hold a meeting. If one member is gone, then they can't, we have to call in the hearing officer. So it is the staff's recommendation for that board to go to a hearing officer.
Similar to like code enforcement?
Yes.
Would it be okay, so that's a different conversation. I won't take up time on this so that's kind of where I was going with this discussion. Thank you for hearing me, and hopefully we'll have bigger discussions on those items that I'd like to discuss.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Interesting points, some things I hadn't considered. Let me sort of address those first. Residency. I really see the argument of wanting someone to be here for a while before they sit on one of our advisory boards, but I think we need to be more inclusive. And if someone's interested in participating right out of the gate, boy, I'd like to accommodate that. So maybe for our alternate positions, if 6 months, I would be supportive of dropping it to 6 months. And maybe no requirement for an alternate position, and that would give them an opportunity to get familiar with things. I'm definitely wanting to be more inclusive than more restrictive. I like the idea of keeping the terms 2 years. I think if it was 3 or 4 years, it might intimidate some folks from making that big a commitment, but allow that 3rd term, I would be very supportive of that. Similar to having sort of requirements, more requirements for people to sit on an advisory board, I was just wondering if there was anything to disqualify, or perhaps more importantly, some definition around removing a member. And I think if we had expectations in terms of how people treat each other in a meeting and how they roll, and expectations of behavior, that I'd like to see a little more documentation around removing someone from an advisory board. Other than that, my general comments are, I'd really like to see better coordination of the boards with a commission. I don't know that having a commissioner sit on a board, I'm kind of on the fence with that. But I'd like to see much more proactive communication between the board and our advisory, between the commission and our advisory boards, to actually give them projects or tasks or issues that we want their input on. Two that immediately came to mind when we were discussing permitted uses of the activity centers. I would have loved to have the input of CDAB, but we weren't sort of coordinated that way. And I felt I could have had more valuable input with that perspective. We're going to be talking a lot about zoning and ULDC and the schedule for that. I'd like to see, and when we complete that work, we're gonna take a very comprehensive look of zoning in this city. I think it would be terrific for PZAB to start working with staff now, so when we're ready to start considering rezoning, we have their input, because that's gonna be a really big topic. I think those are the major points that I wanted to make. I also want to thank Heather for taking on this project. Advisory boards are really important, and it's an important part of community engagement and getting a broader scope of input. So I'm really glad that we're taking a look at this and that we're making a commitment to it. And my personal feeling is that people struggle with staying on our advisory boards because they don't really feel like they're having an impact. And people really want to feel as though they're having a beneficial impact on their community. And I think that's the fundamental issue. So better coordination with the commission, on an annual basis. What are the things with staff input? What are the major projects coming up for the year? And let's get the appropriate advisory board working on those early so that by the time we're talking about it, we have good community input on that topic. That's it for me.
All right, Commissioner White?
Yes, thank you. Great discussion. Thank you, Heather, for really putting this all in a little package to really help us understand. But having one who's been on advisory boards that can relate to some of these issues that have been brought up as to why we have a problem with people staying on them. One is, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, having specific tasks, having a purpose when you're serving on the boards. I had served on the Beautification and Tree Council board, that was like 20 years ago, but we came up with all these great ideas, and then it was, well, there's no funding for it. So it was almost like, what? So we're only really advising on things that, as you were saying, were coming down the pike anyway. What do you think of this idea? But we didn't have the ability, and I think this is the same today, that they don't have the ability to say, we would like to see this. How can we make this happen? Because that's how I view advisory boards and some of these boards, that they have the opportunity to have input, that other than coming to commission meetings and talking for 3 minutes, that this is their opportunity to get together, and they all share obviously the same passion, like the art advisory board, you're going to have art people on there. So I'd like to hear from their perspective, what are they looking for? That obviously can't always come from all of us, because that's their thing. So I'd like to see some component about having input that's generated by them. Can there be a process to carry this forward, or something to that extent? I'm glad that we're having youth members that are coming on board, and that's really a matter of reaching out to our young people. I know that I've reached out to the Coexistence Club at the high school. There's a new club called the Sustainability Club. So I think some of those members reached out to you, because I told them about art, and I told them about the environmental board, and there was one other that I thought would appeal to them. Oh, Parks and Rec, I said. But I sold it on the idea that, you can input your ideas. So that's why I'd like to see some way that, okay, their ideas won't just fall flat. Like, we'd like to see blah, 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 and then it doesn't go anyway. That's where people just start to not come. Because I'm here, I'm giving these great ideas, we're having these great discussions, and then nothing comes of it, or there's no avenue to take it to the next step, and let's see why it can't go forward, or what we need to do to make it go forward.
Good use of the Commissioner Contingency Fund, which we're going to be talking about later, I guess.
All right.
You just sparked that idea.
I had a question about the training as far as the Sunshine Law. Do we still have like a whole, one of those advisory board meetings is just for watching the presentation of the Sunshine Law?
Yes.
Can that ever be you do that online and submit, we do, because with FLC, we do things online. We have to take those courses about being involved in municipal government, and we have to sign up for them, and then they verify that you're there. Can we do that?
City
Because I think that
attorney-
was a turnoff for some, when we had the last tree board that we had, people weren't coming because they knew that meeting was only going to be about watching the sunshine, and they just,
We try and have it as the first item on the agenda for that specific meeting, and we do have a lot of questions that the city attorney's office gets from board members regarding that topic. So I would not recommend doing it all online.
Okay.
Because there is a lot of discussion that I think other board members can get great info out of.
Okay.
And Commissioner, we present that training live. It is not a video. The advisory boards don't have the same legal requirement that you all have for that training annually. We provide it to inform them. And it's never a full meeting. The training is designed to be about 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the number of questions.
Right, but usually those boards meet maybe 2 hours, as long as it's not having a negative impact, and that's fine then. But that was just my experience with that it just seemed nobody was coming because they said, we're just gonna be listening to that, but that's fine. Residency, yeah, I agree with the 6 months, that when people come here, and even if when they come to a newcomer's day, those are held, every 3 months? 4 months, something like that. So they could have already been here for 6 months, 3 months, so they're ready, like you said, they're chomping at the bit to do something. Let's just capture that enthusiasm. So I agree with the 6 months to do that. Yeah, tasks, yeah. And then, just to clarify, the Planning and Zoning Board is a quasi-board,
Yes.
correct? Okay, thank you. And I do agree with making the youth 14 to 18, because yes, you have seniors who turn 18 or even 18 before they start their senior year. So that would be good. So I think that's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, a lot of issues have been brought up here, but the one thing that I'm still adamant about is I still do not believe that a commissioner needs to be on an advisory board, because of the fact is that could prompt steering and motivating them to do certain projects. I would much rather have the board come up with their own ideas as a group moving forward. They could be working hand in hand with the project that we just passed in the budget and say, here, give us direction on this. How do you feel about that? Then they can give us their recommendations. But to have a commissioner sitting on the board, to me, is just, it's not our role. We want them to work as a group for themselves. Now, if they need more participation with the commissioners, then we can meet with them more times throughout the year, like maybe twice a year rather than once a year. Yes, they give their annual report on one, they can give us a project report on another. Then we're more amiable to spend time with them and be on the same page and not that far apart in distance as in like once a year. So that's the way I feel about that. Deactivating boards, or just killing the boards, I would much rather just suspend a board and leave the board title still up there. It's inactive, because down the road, if we have a board right now that we may need in the future, they don't know that that board exists to go ahead and apply to be on to reactivate a board. So, and with the 6 months, I got no issues with that. I want to make it available for more people to get on these boards. We're having a hard time on these boards. We're having people leaving right and left because of some of the situations that are going on these boards. We have to get that criteria down on, one board right now is, some people aren't even getting participation because there's only 2 people running the meeting. And they're the only 2 that are talking, and people can't get their 2 cents worth in, and they get aggravated and they leave. So that definitely needs to be worked on in the future with the liaison either being in charge or whatever, running that meeting to where it's a little bit more clean driven and allowing everybody to, follow Robert's Rules of Order and do it proper, so Other than that, I think the commission has talked. Do you have any online public comment?
I do not.
I have some follow-up.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't say all of it to begin with. I'm in total agreement with what you said about commissioners on board. To sit on the board, I'm not for that. I don't mind suspension for the history board. When I was at FLC, they talked about historical boards being tied into libraries. And I think that might be a stepping stone to this city maybe having a society, because most cities have historical societies. We don't. So it's been on the backs of the city to be the historical recorder, basically, and then there's going to be an ordinance, I believe, coming through where we separate the history of the city, the action of the government versus the city as a whole and what they go through on their anniversaries and stuff. But that's usually handled by a society in most cities, and it's been on the back of the city to do that. I would not mind at all suspending that, because if we needed to start it up in the future, we could, but I would love to see maybe our libraries or somebody start, something through the library system and take over the city's historical. And then it could potentially be dissolved if it was picked up in that area. Utility, I think that would kind of be, we would need some impact. I think that's on the agenda coming up, isn't it? Yeah, if they haven't been meeting and it's not necessary, I don't see why we would continue that. I don't mind, I like the 6-month for the regular member. I don't mind opening an alternative to not have the restriction of the 6 months, but they could not advance to a regular member without being. So that might get you in a problem if 2 alternates had less than the 6 months and couldn't rotate into the regular. So would have to give some consideration to that. The committees, the boards, are supposed to have a yearly report to us. And I think the link that we're probably missing with our boards, and we're finally getting it tied in to the commission with what the city managers brought forward for the budgets. But Vice Mayor alluded to it briefly too. Maybe at that time of budget, when we see what kind of projects are being brought forward for that coming year, that the boards, that we sit down and figure out which boards could give a reflection upon it. Not that we give them tasks to do. I'm not a parent. But there are times where we have to or we desire to, such as the Art Advisory Board, we want some input, on something that's coming up. But if we do this yearly at the time of budget and break it down to those pillars and what we're trying to accomplish within the pillar, and then have them focus on those kind of things, they then are helping us and staff. They give recommendations to commission, but staff would be able to have the ideas of the citizens within the board also as they're working on these projects that are within our budget. So yearly, definitely. If it needs to be a little more often, you could call another meeting or whatever within that. Sunshine Law, sorry, Alice. If they don't want to listen to Sunshine, they don't need to be on the board. They are a Sunshine board. They need to know what they can and they can't do. They need to listen to the instructions. They need to be willing to participate. Or, how would you like it if somebody candidate was running and not paying any attention, didn't care about Sunshine?
I want to clarify, I wasn't saying to take it off the table, but have an alternative way to go through that.
Well, I've sat on the county boards, and it's always in person. It's so much richer having it in person. you're able to listen, you're able to become familiar with the setting, and I think the in-person brings so much more value. And there's a unity that comes when you're together learning it. There's an energy that comes within the board that I think is so much better than sitting behind a screen and then the phone rings or something else goes on and you're not really getting what you need to do. So I am all about all the training being in person. Thank you, sir, for letting
All
me
right.
finish.
All right, few minutes, and then
Yeah,
we
just a few minutes.
gotta be moving on.
Well, I believe we also have to give staff some direction on what we want to do with this.
We have direction, and we also have another meeting regarding these coming up that we will be given more direction on, and
The age thing, the easiest way to solve the problem with youth and age requirements is just say they must be a minimum of 14 years old and be in high school. That way then you're capturing the seniors that are 18, 19 years old. That's probably the easiest way to do that. I think part of the other problem with the advisory boards is the delay from their ideas, suggestions to commission putting it on the agenda for discussion, and then back to the boards. That can take an extremely long amount of time. And I think if they have to wait 4 months or 6 months to hear back on one of their recommendations, that's a huge deterrent to those board members because they want to be active, they want to participate. But waiting 4 months to say, yes, commission says this is a great idea, or thank you for the idea and suggestion, but state statute doesn't allow it, or whatever the reason is, at least they're getting a response in a more timely manner. And that can't happen until the commission meets to discuss their idea and that memo that we get. There's a huge lag that needs to really be addressed. So those are my points.
all right, City Clerk, do you have any online public comment?
I do not.
We have one in-house, Mr. English, you're up, sir.
Where?
Up here somewhere, we'll get you a microphone, and there you go, sir.
As I know you have other pressing business, Chuck English, resident Northport. I have a question, but I also listened to your discussion, and Commissioner McDowell and Commissioner White put forth some points that specifically apply to how the boards feel. I can only speak from past experience of being on multiple boards and committees over the years, several with Alice, as it related to the first writing of the comprehensive plan. So, and these boards serve at the pleasure of the commission. They are the commission's boards. Your participation in their actions is vital to their perception of how much you care about them. I have a question, and I'll get to it because I'm going to get on a roll if I don't. Why cannot someone serve on two boards? I'm not talking quasi-judicial, but I'm talking certain boards that overlap responsibility. An example would be Parks and Rec and the Environmental. I believe that would help some of your, shall we say, filling of vacancies. And it makes sense because they are interrelated on several levels. So the question is there a state statute that says that one cannot serve on more than one board? And as I said, I understand as it relates to quasi-judicial, but not the other boards. And that's it. That's the question. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Excellent discussion. Thank you.
And I'm sure we'll be looking into that to find out what the legalities are on that, hopefully prior to our next meeting coming up.
Thank you very much.
If you would like to, you can go right ahead.
Under the state statutes, advisory board members are public officers, just similar to the commission. And there is a dual office holding provision that prohibits you from holding more than one public office.
You get that, Mr. English?
Is that state statute?
It is state statute.
Yes, sir. It's holding two offices, so, thank you, sir. All right, City Clerk, is there anything specific and direction that you need from us other than the discussion that we've had, moving forward on what you need for the boards and,
I can take what was put out, because I think everybody agreed to what they were saying. The only thing I would question is the recommendation I had for the youth member on the Charter Review Advisory Board. So I didn't know if you all want a youth
Can I
member
ask a
on that board
question
or
in
not.
regards to that? Because I believe that there can be some youth who are political, that are, understand government. Are we not wanting youth on there because of the actions that go on in that meeting to protect them from the hostility and volatileness that goes on that board? Or is it really because we don't want their input into charter?
My recommendation was based off of the atmosphere of the board, yes.
Yeah, trying to protect them from
Yes.
it. Well, I
that's the way
think,
I took it, yeah.
yeah, I would hate to take the youth off that have that drive within their high school years, being able to serve on that. That board is it's not functioning the way it needs to function currently. I think we need to get that in order
Yes.
instead of removing the youth.
Okay.
That one needs a whole lot of work. Some things that happen, and I'll use that board as an example, but it's not the only one that does. They step outside their purview of what they're supposed to be doing. Charter is strictly the 30,000 level. It's not administrative. And so there's things coming out of charter review that is more administrative level than it is charter level. So some knowledge of getting, that in other boards of what their duties truly are, to me would help and keep that youth. Thank you.
I'm in total agreement on that as well, because of the fact is I don't want to handcuff anybody that wants to try and volunteer and work on something. They may have the expertise, but it's up to us to clean up our boards and our actions and to make sure that they are professional boards, working the way that they are supposed to be working. So, it's just my opinion. Anybody else's opinion on youth on the charter board?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I would like to have youth on that board, and I would like that board to have a healthy, productive atmosphere.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah.
I didn't hear you weigh in on that.
I thought the reason that you were suggesting not having youth on that board was because the board is more charter-oriented, and I get it, absolutely. If there's a youth that wants to participate in the crowd, they should be able to, and the atmosphere of the board needs to, not just that one, there are others.
All boards.
Exactly, there have been plenty of times where I heard things coming from other boards that made me go, what? That is totally unacceptable. So we do need to address that. This is a professional. We have to act professional, whether we like things that are done, they have to too. So I appreciate the clarity of the reason why you made that recommendation, so thank you.
And I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that we're gonna, I wasn't aware of the toxic environment that's going on in some of these boards, and I'm really distressed to hear that. These boards should not have an environment of intimidation and people, not wanting to freely express their thoughts and ideas and their opinions. That's what they're about. So are we going to, I don't know how that's going to be handled, but I'm hoping it's going to be somehow.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, sometimes you have adverse opinions, it becomes heated, and, it is what it is, but you gotta get past that. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I think too, when you have the training for the chair of that advisory board and with the liaison, that will empower them to bang the gavel, check the board, put them in check, whatever needs to be done, as opposed to just having the free-for-all that does seem to happen. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Cool down time or dismissal time can come into
Yeah, and
play also too.
it's going to be a work in progress. It has been brought to everybody's attention, and we have to go from here and make a stand and correct that.
Well, there are boards also where one person will dominate the board.
Yes?
Not even two going back and forth at each other, but one person dominating, trying to get their way all the way through, and you have people quitting because of that too,
And
so.
it's not just one board, like we have said.
Exactly,
It's multiple
been-
boards.
Yes, yes.
And some of them do get upset because they don't feel like once they are participating, the commission doesn't follow through and take care of their actions as they may seem needed to be done. But
Well, that's
that's
why I
all
think that,
discussions down the road that need to happen.
well, I think that's why it needs to be linked to our pillars and our budget and where we're looking at. Instead of them just sitting in the meeting and, oh, how about this idea? You know, I've sat on the beautification and we went through irrigation and beautifying 41 and this process, and it got shot down basically because of money. That board did not understand that the budget is once a year and you don't just go and ask because you got a great idea. So I think linking it to something where it's plausible instead of an idea, I think would really help.
There was another municipality that I was looking at, and that is how theirs actually was. They had their pillars listed with all of the boards that fell under each pillar, and they had, annually, the board had to submit work plans based off of those particular pillars to see where their work plan and their ideas fell into those pillars, so that's something I can look into.
Okay. Very good.
Can I ask a follow-up question before we move on?
Okay.
Because it seems the criteria for board behavior is a very hot topic. Do you have an idea of when that may be revisited or when this whole subject may be revisited?
If I start working on it now, then probably maybe November-ish.
Okay. I just was curious because it sounds like sooner the
I
better.
think with this
and-
conversation too, maybe the boards that are listening, maybe they'll.
Well, and maybe
Could it
it'll
be-
give us a fresh start in
Yeah.
the new year, you know?
Exactly.
Let's get all of our,
Could it be done before the first meeting in November?
I'll try.
Commissioner Luke, you are slowly running out of time to get everything fit in before you leave.
The turning out blue.
We understand the want and the desire on your behalf, but we're sort of getting close to the end, so. All right, moving on. 223215, city manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is discussion and possible direction regarding capital improvement project R18 PBT Tropicare Boulevard Pedestrian and Bicycle Ways Shared Use Path. As a little background information, the CIP project, Tropicare Boulevard Pedestrian and Bicycle Shared Use Path is approximately 6 miles in length and consists of an 8-foot wide shared use path on the south side of Tropicare Boulevard from Toledo Blade Boulevard to Ponce de Leon Boulevard. The path reduces to a 6-foot wide sidewalk on the south side of Tropicare Boulevard from Ponce de Leon to Van Camp Street. The project will provide safety for children, pedestrians, and bicyclists. The project includes a pedestrian bridge over the
Mayakahatchee.
Myakahatchee.
You'll get it. There you go.
Sorry, Myakahatchee Creek. So this project is a few years old. When you look at the history of it, it's about 4 years since it began, and ultimately in the fall of 2020, it was asked to be brought back to the commission during the fiscal year 23 budget process. So here we are bringing it back for conversation. Staff recommendation is to not do this project at this time because it is not needed. And Mr. Speak, our Public Works Director, is here to fill in some gaps, but.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Public Works Director.
Arenas go, sir.
Arenas go, got it. Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. We were requested to bring this project back. It was unfunded previously. I believe the monies were moved over to Tropicare Road Rehab at the time. and maybe some other projects. There was a lot of discussion about the design of the project and tried to design it down as we moved along. There was mixed feelings from the public on the project, and we were told to shelve it, bring it back. So we're bringing it back. Our recommendation at this time is to use our monies for other things, but it is at the discretion of the board. So here we are for discussion. Is there any questions about it or anything we have? I think most of the commissioners were here at that time.
Okay, before you start, is this currently unfunded in our CIP project? So there is no money sitting in that little box?
That's correct.
Okay, because I asked that and I wanted to make sure that that was discussed here today, if we were holding monies for this project or if we had already shifted monies out of that to other CIP projects. Commissioner Luke, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with what you've stated. I mean, is it to have a sidewalk? Yes. Our, what's the connectors and
Arterials.
Yeah, they're to have sidewalks. I mean, that's within our code. They're supposed to have sidewalks, and that one does have some unsafe area for kids to get on the buses and stuff. The plan to put in the multi-path and all this kind of stuff, I mean, it sounded great back when prices were a whole lot lower. But I don't mind just looking at the simplicity of what the code requires, and that's the sidewalk instead of a path. The bicyclists, the road warriors, they call them, they're going to ride on the road anyhow. They're not going to go on a multi-use path. And the sidewalks are, 5-6 foot anyhow, so you're able to get the baby stroller down it or, a child on a bicycle or something. So I don't mind just looking at the minimum of what the code says anyhow instead of making an elaborate path. That was very expensive, wasn't it? Between 4 and 6 million, something like that.
It's about 6 million right now.
To just
Yeah.
Toledo Blade.
Do you
That's
know-
our last estimate, so that could be considerably higher at this point.
Correct, and look at where 6 million will take us in sidewalks that lead to nowhere in the remainder of the city. I mean, I have people complain constantly about their sidewalk just stops and doesn't connect, or it goes around the corner instead of across the street. So to me, that 6 million can do a lot to enhance what is already there. Thank you.
Let me ask one question, since we're out in the sidewalk area. You have a sidewalk project each year adding on to existing sidewalks and needing new sidewalks. How would this fit into that plan going forward if you just added this area as part of your sidewalk,
We add sidewalk, and we have a kind of a gap project where we find those areas where the sidewalks are what we call broken. There's no path between it ends and it starts somewhere else. We typically do one of those a year. I know that we use some grant funds for those as well in some of the areas that qualify. This is a bigger project. This is kind of more
Right, but
grandiose
could
than
it
that.
fit in on piecemeal going forward? Because rather than coming up with, it could be 4 million in concrete just doing that sidewalk now. I don't know what the prices are, but, to chop off $4 million worth of money just to do this one whole area is a big ask as well.
Absolutely, and we do have a connector up there, sidewalk amenities in our mobility plan that we're bringing forward. So as we hopefully change over to mobility fees, we expect to collect more funds than what we collect now in our transportation fees, so that could help offset this at that time. But right now, as things are, that 6 million will be better spent, in my opinion, on road rehab and bringing our streets up to where we need
And I
those.
agree with you. I'm not saying that we're getting, let's say we shelve the path. I'm not saying go out and put the sidewalks in right now. We have to have, some planning and let's get through some of the other hurdles that we're dealing with, like you're saying.
Sure, and then we could break this into sections. It could easily be broken into sections. We could figure out how much we're comfortable with every year throwing at it, and it could be a multi-year project for
There you
just
go. I'm just looking
sidewalk.
for other possibilities of getting what we need done.
Absolutely, and understand there's a bridge involved, so 1 year may just be your bridge, because it's pretty pricey.
Yeah, I do.
Commissioner White?
Yeah. Okay, the first question before I forget is on the multimodal path along Tuscola and Orchiz. I have, the CIP was saying that money was taken from that project and relocated for the Tropicare. So does that mean it's not being taken out of that? That was number 430, well, it was on page 431, I'm sorry. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, so there were monies moved around.
Right, yeah.
To fund.
Yeah.
If you remember, it was quite, it
Right.
was hard to keep track of where
Yeah, I
we were
know.
pulling money from, trying to fund Tropicare multi-use path. Some of that money was pulled out of that multimodal amenities project. Those funds did go to Tropicare, then the commission reallocated those funds to other projects.
Oh,
But we do have that 250,000 in that
Yes.
currently for the,
so that's still there
yes, ma'am,
for that particular project?
correct,
Okay.
for the amenities on 41 multimodal.
Okay, all right, and as far as Tropicare goes, yes, I know that the road warriors go on there, that doesn't mean it's safe. I mean, Tropicare doesn't even have a shoulder, I mean, it has nothing, and there's dump trucks that go through there. I know we have signs that say, through trucks, but I get complaints from people out there saying, the construction trucks are bypassing Price and going that way, and it doesn't mean it's okay that, you have cyclists that are willing to go on a road. They still need to have a way to get off that road to be safe. So saying that this is going to come up again, I don't want this to be not done at all. That this is not the right time. Is that what we're saying?
Correct, and what we'd look to do is to pull that CIP back and let this one die, take it off of our
Okay.
books, basically. We can add Tropicare into our sidewalk, we can make a sidewalk project. If we don't have one, I'll have to look at that for CIP. Typically, we do a section every year. So we can either start a new CIP for that. This CIP project, though, is beyond just adding sidewalk.
Okay, because I'd like to see, when it does come back, start from the other end by Ponce de Leon, because we're having the big connector ribbon cutting. It's dropping people off at West Price. And I'm just thinking in terms of where do you want people, don't we want people to come into Northport, not just turn around and go back again? To go out to Biscayne and go out to Ponce de Leon and go out to Tropicare, and then it can continue. But right now, the bike lane on Biscayne, doesn't that end at Price? Or no, that ends at Glen Allen, actually. It doesn't even go out further. So, but isn't there something coming on Ponce de Leon? Wasn't there?
There's a connector
Right.
piece coming on Ponce.
Right, so again, you got these little pockets where there's no connection. So I'd like to see all of that extended, and that come first. I know we're talking about eventually from the West Price to have it go down to Warminal Springs, and that's great. But again, for those people that really want to get the mileage in when they're cycling, we want to bring them out to the Estates area, because that's where they go. That's where they're going to get the mileage, and also it's beautiful out there. So, if that can come back from that end before, the other,
And that is-
east end.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. That is part of our mobility plan.
Mm-hmm,
So that's in there, those connectors.
okay. All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I agree, we should drop this project. I think our mobility plan will address a lot of the concerns. I happened to be present at the commission meeting where this topic was discussed, and it was a full house, and it was a very animated meeting. And what I took away from it was folks moved to the estates because they really don't want to be part of a metropolis. And they really viewed that multi-use path as bringing traffic and people through their area. And sorry, they really don't want it. That's why they moved out there. So I agree with dropping this project. It really did not have community support to begin with. safety is one thing. I'd like to see Tropicare in the queue for the sidewalk enhancements for sure, but not an expensive multi-use path.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Can I ask one question of
Let
Chuck?
Commissioner
Oh,
McDowell
okay.
please go.
Y'all are preaching to the choir about just having the code requirement for a sidewalk. I had suggested that when we were talking about this big grandiose multimodal, God knows what. It was way too much for the area. And you are absolutely right. The residents moved out there because they didn't want all that grandiose, but our code requires us to have it safe. And that's what we are needing to do, is to have it safe. So I agree that 5 or 6 foot sidewalk with the bridge over the Myakkahatchee, you got me doing it now.
It's catching, it's catching.
Myakkahatchee Creek is absolutely paramount. And it would also, to Commissioner White was saying, is connect for Legacy Trail, to go out to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, to go out to Carlton Reserve and hit whatever is out there. A couple of things that we had talked about in the past was possibly starting a sidewalk fund. That kind of has dropped off the radar, and I'm curious where it is on the radar. We also had talked about Tropicare at some point possibly being widened as a east-west for when 75 gets shut down. FDOT was looking at possibly using that as a workaround between Sumter and Toledo Blade. So I don't know where that is. Maybe this multimodal path, once it gets widened, might come into play, but we do have to put in the code requirements on that collector road. The other thing is maybe just something to consider is provide the commission and the public a map showing existing sidewalks with whatever your work plan is for like the next 5 or 7 years. It would be very helpful to know what sidewalks that lead to nowhere now, where it is on the plan to have them connect to each other. And possibly then we could figure out how to get Tropicare on that work plan. So those are just some ideas. I do have one quick question. I know that $6 million is what was estimated to do the multimodal and bridge from Toledo Blade to Van Camp. What would that be? That's like 3 years old. What would that be about for today's dollars? Do you have an idea?
Every construction's coming back pretty much double.
Doubled? Okay.
So, I mean, it's a big project. You may get some cost savings just in that alone. The mobilization will be, a big portion of it.
Yeah.
But if we had a continuous project, so I would say 50% to 100% increase.
Okay, thank you for that. But I'd really be interested in seeing that map and that work plan, because I'm not aware of it, and I do get, as all of you do, where are we in getting this sidewalk connected that leads to nowhere?
And we have those maps, and we have our plan. We can provide those. We can show you where we've.
That would be
we-
great. You already have it. That'd be fantastic if you could supply that. That would be
Absolutely.
wonderful. Thank you.
Website redesign.
Yeah, just one other thing too, Mr. Speaker. I was talking with a citizen the other day and they were asking about this plan and, we had discussed on how it was sort of, some people were for it, most were against it. But when you go out and you get ready to go ahead and repave, Tropicare and stuff, is to get prices to see if we can have a bike lane added onto either both sides of it. It's not gonna cure the sidewalk aspect of it, but it may help with bicycles. And I know everything costs money, just be prepared to come up with those answers when we're looking at doing that, because I know it'll be coming from the commission to ask, hey, how much is this?
Sure.
Just to try and alleviate them from being in the middle of the road, maybe they can go to the side of the road.
Right, and just so to refresh everybody, we just finished repaving
did
Tropicare,
repave.
so.
Right.
Hopefully it's going to
Next
be
time.
somewhat, some
10
time
years?
before we touch it again, but absolutely that'll be in the plans.
Oh, with all the trucks
mobility.
driving over it that aren't supposed to, it could wear down quicker. too.
Absolutely. that will be part of the plan moving forward.
That was gonna be my question, was, are you planning on putting bike lanes on Tropicare?
So,
I wouldn't recommend widening the road, but widening it enough to put the bike lanes like you have down Biscayne, to me would be logical.
What are they, like 4 foot, 3 foot for a bike lane?
I think they're bigger than that now.
Are they?
Yeah, 4 foot.
Is 4.
4, okay.
For the FDOT standard. The Tropicare itself, and I can take a look at it in the mobility plan, but that may already be spelled out. And as part of the
That was
mobility
my
plan.
question.
Those are one of the things that we sat down, and all of those arterials and collectors either had multimodal or they had bike lanes.
I'd personally much rather see sidewalks before bike lanes,
True, I'm just, future, just in the future.
so
All right, so
do we,
I think everybody's in unison on this is going to go
do we get
bye-bye.
a consensus to have staff remove CIP project number?
Can we do that in a workshop?
It's a consensus? Is what I was
Well,
looking
actually,
for.
most of the stuff, when I talked with the city manager and all staff going through this, they were looking to get direction, and that was basically, we cannot really give direction throughout a workshop.
I
We
understand.
can in a regular meeting, and they were going to take our thoughts and discussions and go back and do with what they needed to do, so.
Well, since we have budget coming up on Thursday, and we have the second reading at the end of the month, if we give them a consensus to remove the CIP project from the 2023 fiscal year budget, it can be done in time for this budget. That's all I was looking to do.
And city manager, what would you like? Because this is staff coming to us in a workshop, and we're giving you our discussion points like we discussed, so how do you want to handle this, sir?
I believe we have received the direction from the board to remove the project as it relates to.
I don't think it's been formally done, for the record, to be captured in the minutes.
But I don't believe in a workshop you can give a direction, whether it's voting or whether it's consensus.
Maybe city clerk or
But-
city attorney can
But
weigh in.
but they have heard, and by bringing it back without that CIP in the budget, we then would be approving it in a meeting. So I think they have heard us, that's the way I view it.
And that's the way I'm understood it as going forward legally doing this, so. It's a little different than what we've done before, but we've got to get to where we're doing things right, so
But in a budget workshop,
we can exit.
exactly, but.
It's coming
this-
back.
this-
A lot of
this-
these discussions are coming back in regular meeting form. So we're discussing them on how we're looking at it now, so it'll be a quick chop, chop, chop in the meeting form in the future. So that's my understanding in my pre-meetings this week, so. You got your direction, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 223250. City manager, this is your item as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is discussion and possible direction regarding the use of Corona state and local recovery funds for projects including but not limited to the Sumter Boulevard I-75 water and sewer extension construction, Toledo Boulevard, I-75 water and sewer extension construction, City of Northport website improvements, Wallen Park General Government Building, purchase of 10 acres for 3 economic development sites, Hillsborough Boulevard, Cranberry Boulevard intersection improvements, and general fund fiscal year 2023 use. As we look at the chart that is showing
May or
us.
may not come up.
Right, but as we remember it fondly, the chart that showed, if you remember during the budget session, we said the $1.3 million in Hillsbury, Cranberry,
Hillsborough.
Hillsborough and Cranberry design, as well as the conduit had been removed out. What we wanted to do was put the $2 million back in for the economic development site, and that was not in there. And we made the case of why we needed it and why it was important. Based on what we have on our chart, I don't believe that we actually have the $2 million window covered to put it back in at this point in time. Because I thought we had another funding source for the $1.3 million for the Hillsborough and Cranberry construction. So what we would like to do is just have an understanding that as we create a parking lot of items, as our surtax sort of doesn't meet all of its marks, there will be shortcomings, there will be leftovers. We want to compile those and then be able to bring it back to you so that you would then be able to say, yes, we approve it, hopefully in the very near future. But I can't tell you that we're going to be able to take that out today. And that's what the goal was. The goal was to sort of switch those properties around by identifying another funding source for those two items. So today, what we would like for you to give direction or some conversation on is that when we do have extra surtax or ARPA funds, we want to be able to include the $2 million of the economic development site purchase in there. Now, that would mean if we do that, if that does happen that way, remember there was a $250,000 budget impact into the submitted budget for fiscal year '23 of getting those sites shovel ready, if you remember that piece of the budget conversation. So if we do that, then that means that $250,000 would come out of our 2023 budget submittal.
Now, is this for the property of 10 acres to become the $2 million investment into
Correct.
shovel-ready property? I don't know if did we approve that going forward? We never approved that.
No, so it was in our original proposal, and then we actually took it out because Cranberry was put in and we left $500,000 in for a conduit. The conduit has since come out of it, leaving that $570,000 just still there in the pot. And the other $1.3 million for Cranberry is where we thought we could identify another funding source so that we could take that back out and put the $2 million back in.
Okay, I got you.
Right, so we do not have another reliable funding source right now for that $1.3 million. We do believe that there will be leftover funds based on projects, and it'll be multiple projects that will come in shorter based on what we do. We do believe at some point in time, we'll be able to bring that back to you and say, yes, now we have $2 million that we believe we can do that, it's just not today.
Right, but didn't the other remainder of those ARPA funds go to the water and sewer going down to Toledo Blade to 75? And then the other was supposed to be earmarked for Sumter to 75? And then I thought whatever we would have left over was supposed to be earmarked for Warm Mill Springs. Those were all the discussions that we had. I just don't remember how they all ended up being funded and what dollars went where. So and we only had 4 million that we were talking about, because we were supposed to get 4 million and then another 4 million.
Correct.
Right, so I mean, if we did Toledo Blade and Sumter out of those ARPA funds, that's almost 4 million right there.
It is, that would be 4.4 looks like. So based on the project allocation that we had Toledo Blade and I-75, $645,000. Sumter Boulevard and 75 was $3.8 million. The 570, where we removed the conduit projects, that was $570,000. $100,000 in city website improvements, and $2 million for the Welland Park General Government Building, which we know we need. And the other 1.3 was for the Cranberry and Hillsborough intersection. That's how we broke out the total amount of the pie.
Of the 8 million.
Of the 8.4. So what we're saying is originally, the 570, we had that came back because the conduit wasn't needed. The $1.3 million, we believe that we could have identified another funding source. We don't have that tangible funding source in front of us today, so it's going to take a little bit of time of some of these numbers as well as maybe some surtax numbers coming up shorter that would allow us to use $2 million towards the purchase of the sites for economic development. We're still not giving up on it, and I thought that, with the help of Mel Thomas, we did a very good job of outlining the need for it and the value of it for the city, but we just can't comfortably say we're going to do it today. And if that's the
Yeah,
case.
and I understand that, but wouldn't we be discussing this on if we're going to approve that project throughout the budget meetings coming up?
The $2 million?
Yes.
No, this is the only place that it would be.
Well, we can't make a decision on funding a $2 million project in a workshop.
This is true, but you could discuss whether or not you were willing to reallocate something to a different project. And if that were the case, then we would take that into consideration as we were to bring something back forward to you. But what we're saying to you right now is that this probably needs to stay as it needs to be. During the budget session, we said we would have another further conversation about it if we can make it work. I just don't think we can change.
Okay, that's fine, because I'm remembering having these conversations, but I'm going to let the other commissioners go ahead.
Yeah.
Commissioner Luke was first, sorry.
I'm in agreement with what you're proposing. Thank you for putting it on the parking lot. I think being on the parking lot is the best place to go because these are the priority. Not that I don't believe that the economic development and the purchase of the 10 acres is important, but these are priority. So I'm in full agreement with what you've done. The last one, decreased administratively by $4. Is that correct?
Those are just notes. So if you, from the last workshop that we had, we talked about these. There's just some minor adjustments that were made between the projects, and just for clarity, I just want to make sure that you know what
That's
those
detailed. Thanks very much.
No coffee creamer for that week.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
All right, so line 17 is the Toledo Blade to I-75 water and sewer project, and it's for $645,000. The project itself came in for over 2.4 million-ish. And I know that we received the job growth grant, and the job growth grant paid for 1.7. But in the job growth grant, in the application, it said, yes, we are using ARPA funds for a match. So because we're using 1.7 of job growth, there's not 1.7 for ARPA. Because the bid came in so much lower, are we going to have to refund job growth?
Valerie Melengowski, Grant Division Manager for the record. Sorry, I didn't say that first. So in our actual grant contract for the Florida Job Growth Grant, there is not a provision for matching funds in the actual contract. So I checked with our representative at the state level and asked him that exact question because the bid came in so much lower. And your grant contract's always the law. That's the law. So whatever is written into that grant contract is the terms and conditions that you must abide by. Since there is not matching funds mentioned in that job growth grant, we get the full 1.69 million, and our match is the difference for that construction.
Thank you for that clarity.
No problem.
When I saw that, I'm like, whoa, wait, where's the match at?
That's my exact reaction. Whenever the bids came in so much lower, I thought, oh boy, what does that mean? We have to get less state funds from it, but it's not written in the grant contract.
And matches can be different percentages, not always 50-50.
Correct, yes. The application, we did say it would be 50%, but it turns out that was not what was in the grant contract when we received it.
So moving on to a few other questions, since we're having this discussion. I prepared for today's workshop and then moved on to preparing for Thursday's budget workshops. And in the commission budget meeting, they had a sheet that said what's changed since July's budget workshops. What's changed for the commission meeting for Thursday is not reflective in here. And I'm trying to understand why. So with that caveat, I'm going to now ask my question. The $570,000 for the conduit was moved to general fund. What, is there a specific project, or is that going into fund balance?
It's not a specific project. So one of the eligible uses for ARPA funds is just to have it as general budget expenses. So it could be personnel, one-time costs, those types of things. And from talking with finance, it's my understanding that's where it's going. The money cannot go into fund balance, although it looks like that's what it is whenever you look at the budget, because I even asked the question myself, but it's my understanding it's just in the general budget right now. It's just general expenses, and that's an eligible expense.
And so look at it like this, we were looking for $2 million for this project. That 570 is part of that $2 million because it went back into the pot. So we only really looking for the 1.3 that, we had to give up for Hillsborough and Cranberry, if you look at it that way.
Okay. Hillsborough and Cranberry is staying in ARPA funds, this
It is.
1.3. Because based on what Mr. Speak just said about construction projects are coming in almost 100% over what was originally estimated, we might need that 570 for Cranberry and Hillsborough. So my next question is, this project, Welland Park Government Building, is actually CIP project BD20WV. And in the sheet that's for Thursday, it says the what's changed sheet, they're removing that $2 million and putting it in general fund. And I'm trying to understand.
I'm not aware of that part, and I'm not sure if there's anybody
Yeah.
from finance
It says here $2 million for BD20 West Villages, WV, from ARPA funds moved to general fund.
Yeah. No, I believe what you're saying. I just don't know the answer to the question. We will see if we can get someone to answer why
Okay,
that's.
yeah, because it's in Thursday's meeting, it's not in today's meeting. And that's what I want to double check and make sure of, which is accurate. And just so you can let them know further, the CIP sheet doesn't show the 2 million ARPA funds removed for Thursday's meeting. So,
It could be because this hadn't been finalized either. So Thursday, they might tell us, a different change.
no idea. But if it's being planned to take the money out on Thursday, I would have hoped that we would have included that conversation today. So, I think that's all of my questions. I will reiterate again for the record, we really need to make sure we have a lot more funding for Cranberry and Hillsborough, especially after hearing the construction costs are almost doubled. We are gonna have to move forward with that because it's a joint partnership.
Absolutely.
So, we gotta make sure we have
We
that
have
money.
commitments.
Yep.
So
Any other?
I'm sorry, our budget manager is saying it's the same project, just in general fund, but I'm not sure if that is gonna be enough to answer why it's different or being pulled out.
Well, they also pulled it out of the building fund on this sheet.
Uh-oh, here comes
It says here
backup.
$2 million for the West Villages government building from ARPA funds moved to general fund.
Yes, the city attorney,
State your name.
Catch your breath, catch your breath.
Sit down, state your name.
advised us not to mingle it with the building funds. So it's same project, just from the building fund to general fund. That's all.
Can you state your name for the
Yes.
record?
Lisa Herman,
There you go.
administrator.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Okay, well then, how did you,
We had originally put the ARPA funds in the building fund, and that's where the project was located. The city attorney advised us not to mingle it with the building funds because of the restrictions on the building funds.
okay,
So
so
we have it, it's in the general fund, same project, nothing has changed except the first three numbers.
this makes it look like you're defunding that project, and that's what I was concerned about. So I
Right now,
appreciate the
Because it's in the
clarity.
general fund as a change too. Yeah,
So the CIP project is accurate, showing the $2 million?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarity of it. It just really looked like you defunded it, and I'm like, what's going on?
just
So,
moved it, that's all.
okay, so appreciate that.
Thank you.
Let's wait 10 minutes and call her back down.
There you go.
Standing right here.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to say finally, I do want to thank Mel Thomas for what she did and how she spoke to you all during the budget process to get you to understand the need of the $2 million. I think that was missing when we first, ran it past you guys. So I know she's disappointed and she won't say it today, but we haven't given up on it. We just have to figure out a concrete way that we can put in front of you that we have the ability to pay for it.
Right, and I don't think anybody here said to give up on it. We
Right.
need to find
Agreed.
funding but we also need to find funding on a lot of other things that's going on.
Exactly.
And we have been blessed with funds coming from the government and the state to help out on a lot of things. So, hopefully getting it all together, it'll happen,
Yeah.
Everybody's saying prayers, so.
Thank you.
Are you good with this item there, and you're leaving it as is? So we've had that discussion, we've got it all out, so
Okay, yep.
we're all good?
We're good.
All
So-
right, it's 10:35-ish. We're gonna take a little break. We've been here for an hour and a half, potty break. Let's come back at 10 till 11. 15 minutes. And then we'll see how fast this stuff.
Always a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now's a good time to go out and get what you need. Now's a good time to do the planning, because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis, because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress, and you can go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once, so you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up.
Absolutely.
Some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax
They
week,
could be
maybe
very-
it's a whole week. Is
The
it?
whole week.
Yeah, okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what, for maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different,
Sure.
but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms. Kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. When is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. All of our social media, all of these channels, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show up.
Don't show up and don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like in your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it's important. Sarasota County operates those for us.
Yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And for our family, our pets are our family.
Sure.
We treat them just like any other member of the family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to be put in another safe area. Just because within the shelter itself, you might have people who might have allergies to pets. So we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them. Be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes,
so.
and we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in a evacuation center, it's, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is a lot of times now there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. And they kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview because it's just old habits. Shelter, center,
Yes.
center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for
Yes.
just old habits,
Yes.
years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just
Yes.
it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. You know, various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community and they start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers
Yes.
down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes we might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, do the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units, some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So cows, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell.
Communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations centers. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, raise the levees, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands when it comes to
We're very
those
fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another.
All right, it's 10:50 and we're back at it. So, item D, 22-3389, City Manager. This is yours again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is discussion and possible direction regarding the use of commission contingency account. So during this year, in the current fiscal year 2022, there were two items that were paid for from the commission contingency fund. One was for an unfunded mandate for the Braves Bash for the World Series celebration, which was $8,765. The other was the Commissioner's Retreat in the spring, which was $14,505. And based on these items that we provided on behalf of the Commission, we did not have other funding sources at the time that the funding was needed or necessary. So we used the Commission contingency account. And I understand from at least one commissioner, there is conversation regarding the practice versus policy of this account, which we're here to get some direction on today. And also to say that if it is the will of the board of the commission, we can now put these funds back totaling roughly $23,000 because we're at the end of our fiscal year and they were used for during the middle to early part of our fiscal year when things were not as better known as they are right now. So what we're looking for today is, do you want to create a policy on the use of your contingency account, as well as would you like for us to move the funds back that we used for the Braves Bash and the Commissioner's Retreat?
All right, first question before we get started, could you give the number of what is originally in the contingency account?
If I'm not mistaken, I thought it was $50,000.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify that on the record on what we were talking about. So you had used approximately half, little over half, to make up means.
Correct.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, there may not have been anything else spent out of that account for the year, but I'm looking at Heather to maybe confirm. Someone, we can confirm that.
I don't think there was either,
Okay.
but
Might have to have Miss Lisa run back down here.
Yeah.
is that for this one? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're gonna go on to commissioner questions. Commissioner Luke, go ahead.
Yeah,
You gotta get
I
faster.
don't, this is two-part to me. Contingency, I believe whoever the contingency is for, they need to make the decision of where the money is spent. So, we've talked about the city manager having a contingency fund. Of course, he would be the one who would decide where his fund would go to. And the commission should be the same way, and the policy should be that it comes before the commission as a body to decide where their contingency is spent. Without a policy, I understand what went on. Do I think the fund needs to be put back in? No.
No.
I don't. I mean, we're a month away from being the
That's what I
end of the
said.
fiscal year. No, I don't believe it needs to be put back in. But I do believe the policy needs to be established where, it comes before us. We don't spend, the 5 years I've been on the board, we've only spent it, I think, 1 or 2 years that we spent any money out of it, but it is there for what we need. Do I think retreats and stuff like that could come out of it? Yeah, definitely. but it would be brought up to the board say, yep, go ahead and spend our contingency money on that. I mean, it deals with us. Whatever those types of things, it should be the board as a majority deciding where their funds go. Thank you.
Yep, and I'm gonna jump on before Commissioner McDowell and say this is part of the checks and balances. Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell. You were next.
I don't need to say anything because you both have said exactly what I was thinking. And I think that until that policy is created and approved, that maybe the city manager is hearing us and won't use it until until after the policy is done. In case something comes up early next year, we technically don't have a policy. I would hope that he would just come before us because that is our intention.
Yes.
And that's what I'm hearing.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'm in violent agreement as well. I think if both of those transactions had come before us, I would have approved them. So I have no objection at all with how the money was spent, but it is our contingency and we should approve how it gets spent. And then when city manager has his contingency, then he'll approve how that money is spent. Done.
Fair enough.
Anyone else? Okay, I guess you have your direction on no, you do not need to put it back, and yes, we would like a policy going forward, and that you bring any expenditures to the board so the board can decide as a whole.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
I think it would behoove you to look at the policy for city manager contingency also, so that a policy could be set as to who would be making those decisions, so that we don't run across the same issue with
Well,
that
he owes us
contingency.
one, we can spend out of his fund, just one
Two
time.
times, Mayor, we get to spend his twice.
$25,000.
No, but just so that that's not looked over and we end up in the same position as we are now.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't want Miss Kim spending money and
But thank you for bringing this forward so we can get it straightened out and everything's all good. All right, moving on. 22-3427, again, city manager, this is your item.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is discussion regarding performance of tree regulations adopted through ordinance number 2021-46. In February of 2022, the commission adopted this ordinance, which changed the protection regulations in the city of Northport. So we're presenting information now on the performance of the new regulations since their implementation. And I am joined by the Assistant NDS Director, Mr. Derek Applegate, for further discussion.
Good morning. So we've had the tree regulations in effect for about 5 months now, and we've seen some things that we weren't expecting, at least from a building standpoint. We wanted to bring to your attention to kind of just get some direction on how we want to move forward. The permits, some of there being permits that are being held up because of the mitigation form itself. Some people feel it's a little more complex than it should be and that they're not able to do it accurately. The surveys that are coming back, we're asking for surveys, and they're not coming back accurate. So we do checks and balances, and we're going out and checking these before we go through the review process for the buildings, and some of them are just not accurate from the surveyor. We haven't got any that have been completed yet, but we should have some that are going to be wrapping up their construction in the next month or so, depending on how the availabilities are. But we're spot checking the ones that are getting close. So when we're doing our roughs, some of them are still not accurate. So some of the trees that they said that they were going to protect are no longer on the site and they're clear cut. So the stuff that we were trying to do in the beginning is going to end up showing up at the end. We don't know what those are at because we haven't been invited to do those yet. We're just doing the roughs. But on top of the impact fees, if we hit them with a large mitigation form fee as well, I'm afraid we're going to get some more pushback. But basically, I just want to bring it up, introduce it, and see that there's some larger than expected deposits that have been made over the course of the last 3 months. And we're going to work as a department under Director Ray about bringing maybe some alternatives in as well. But we just want to get some ideas from you, maybe what your thoughts or processes would be with that.
All right, we have questions. One question that I had with your director the other day was, and I know we have a builder in here, so I'm not mentioning any names. But some of the builders are out there deciding to just go ahead and clear cut and pay the fine and be done with it, afterwards, rather than mitigating. So is that going on? Is that a practice that you're seeing right now?
So today, to answer your question, yes, it does happen, and those are code enforcement cases. That's not really what we're trying to target right now.
No, I understand that, but I'm just talking about building on a lot. If somebody goes in and clears it, and then they decide to build on it, it's already cleared, but they're paying the fine rather than going through the building process of mitigation.
Some have opted to do that. I don't know
Okay.
if that's the exact way. We have several that have clear cut those lots without the benefit of a permit, and those are that $15,000 per lot infractions. Sorry. Those are the $15,000 infractions that we find, but those are typically code enforcement cases that are held through the magistrate court.
Right, which I understand. It's just apples and apples on just different fences. Commissioner Luke.
Thank you. To carry on with what he was saying in the meeting that I had with NDS, it was stated that they don't get credit for plantings, and they do. On page 18, under 3, I think it's E, yes, trees from the master tree list planted on the site have conservation credits equal to their DBH at planting. And I was being told that there was no credit given for people who had to clear cut or that, and then to plant, that they weren't being given any credit for it. They should be. So I don't know how these calculations are going on, but if the developer isn't being given credit where they need to be given credit, that needs to be addressed. And maybe some tweaks need to go to this. Maybe there needs to be a higher credit given to the plantings or that to offset. But yeah, I rang a bell a long time ago, right after this, and brought it to the commission about how this was going to affect the fund balance. So it's good that we review, but we're supposed to have a list of where this money is going to go to also. So we're still not done with what needs to be complete to protect ourselves. But when somebody has to clear cut and pay $15,000 rather than go through the other, that's alarming also. And we're talking about residential.
Yes.
We haven't even done anything commercial to this point. This is residential. So I personally, myself, I think there's some tweaks that can be done to what we have instead of just scrapping this and going back to the old way. I don't know how much the tweaks, like doubling the planting credit instead of just giving a single credit, double it, triple it, or whatever, so they're able to get the credit that is needed or necessary. So, thank you, sir.
Okay. I figured you would like to speak on this,
Yeah.
Commissioner White.
I didn't know when you wanted me to come in.
You're fine.
Yeah, I appreciate this coming back, and as we know, this is a big difference from what we've had in place. We didn't even have a tree ordinance till 2002, and that one has been in place for 20 years, and this is a big departure from that, so I understand there would be. I personally don't have a problem if, we have fines that are in place for all kinds of things, and if they choose to clear cut a lot and knowing it's going to be a $15,000 fine, that's their prerogative, and that applies to everything. We know what speed limits are, and if we choose to speed, say, oh, I'll just pay the fine. People have that option. So, and I think that is, and when I had my one-on-one, I was told that less than 1% of the applications have any preservation of trees anyway. So they're being clear cut, legally anyway. So I don't have that to me is the least of our problems. I just have some questions about, we do have in the ordinance that requires a tree survey, correct? Isn't that the language that's in there, which means that you want every tree that is being mitigated has to be plotted. And I don't really think that is that important, where exactly that tree is, that if they're saying, hey, there's 5 12-inch pines and we're removing them, okay, that's 5 12-inch pines, and we're only taking a third of that anyway. It doesn't really matter if it's here or here or here. They're gonna take them off. I think I'm seeing that right, like a tree survey. And I just want to point out, the old survey, the old ordinance, we were supposed to be having tree surveys for trees that were 4.5 inches in diameter. Every single tree. There's no way, we always knew that, there was no way that there was tree surveys being submitted for 4.5. I mean, that would be really time consuming. Now, it doesn't start until 12 inches, so that's a lot bigger. And that's only 2 types of trees, oaks and pines, basically, and sable palms. That's it. And I also brought, former teacher, yes, I like to use visual.
Yes, we love your props.
I know, yes. Yeah, this is actually only 28 inches. And before, our mitigation only started at 30 inches. So it was a lot easier to see if trees were subjected to mitigation, because this is a pretty big tree, okay? So I could see how going from this to now you have to go to this, that's a difference, but it's not impossible. And actually, if you have a 12-inch diameter pine or oak, it's also pretty tall. So if it's the process that is getting bogged down, then certainly let's look into that. Because that mitigation form, that was presented at a public workshops. It seemed pretty clear to me, and there weren't really any concerns then about that. I go back to the fact that we're requiring a survey, and if we're getting hung up on that, like if our staff is going out and saying, they said this tree is here, but it's here, that shouldn't make a difference. And then if there's adjustments to be made, I don't know how that process is working. If you're saying, okay, they said this was a 15-inch tree, but it's actually an 18-inch tree, does it just get sent back and then they have to start all over again? Or is it just noted, okay, this tree that you tagged, because they should be ribboned, I'm assuming, the ones that they're saying are going to be mitigated, they should put some ribbon on it or something. And then it's okay, we found this to be 18 inches, not 15 inches. This is the staff. And then say, okay, that's it. Why should it go back? And I'm going back to what I know about when I see building inspections, and I think I asked you about this once before, when I see the cinder block inspections, and I see all those little red notations on there, that means we don't like this, fix this, okay. But, for a tree inspection, you just noted that, okay, we measure this and we find it's this. That's it, and then move on. I don't know if it's going back in a pile and everything has to start over again, because these site visits by staff should happen one time. That's it. So, that's what I have to say.
And they do. The staff visits are one visit, but it's the inconsistency between the survey and when we actually show up on the site. So the numbers, if it was just a couple inches here and there, would be one thing, but some of the trees are just not there. And it's vastly different than what we see when we get in the site.
Again, you're going back to then the ones who are submitting the applications, they're not accounting for all those trees. Is that what you're saying?
Or there's a tree there that's not on the survey.
Right, which is not something that we can fix or staff can fix. That's something they're not reporting. And that's why we have staff going out to verify. Right?
It does. Some of it we'll see. The time becomes an issue. So we're currently with one arborist, and we're having to use the stormwater manager's staff. So Jeremy's coming out and doing that. If he spends 15 minutes running through a site, we don't get anywhere. So that's 12 a day at best. If he can get through some of those. And we're getting hundreds of applications, and some of them are just not moving very far. And the 15,000 is for those cases we're talking about that are code enforcement cases.
Right.
That's where the flat 15 is. So, but the ones we're catching are the ones that are coming through on these surveys, and those numbers are significantly higher than the $15,000. We've got them well into the 30s and low 40s. So on a $25,000 lot, we're at $65,000 before we've ever cleared it.
Okay.
And it makes it unmarketable.
Right, yeah. And going back to what you're saying, it's not what they're verifying, staff is not lining up with the applications. Can that just be something like, well, there's 2 trees you missed, there are 2 pines, they're 15 inches, and just mark that and say, okay, here's the revised, what we found, and then that's it. Sure. And either they accept it, or it's the prerogative of the builder to go out there and say, no, we want to see where these trees are. If they want to go that route, that's their option, but you say, hey, this is what our staff found. If you're in agreement, sign off on it, and let's move forward.
That would be fine, but again, it's just volume. We're actively advertising for
Right.
not just arborists, but maybe an environmentalist that can do those type of services.
Okay.
But we just don't have the staffing to keep up with the demand.
And do we have to have a certified means they have they've been certified by ISA, they went through all these exams. Is that really something maybe we can talk about? Do you really need a certified arborist that's very specialized to go out and look for pines, oaks, and sable palms? I mean,
Maybe not.
A lot of people.
I think that's a waste of talent.
Well, it could very well be. So it is mentioned a couple times in the ordinance that there are certain places where it does require an ISA certified arborist to make those determinations, but it doesn't specifically say that we have to do that on every single site. So
Right, I think
we've been doing it in the
ISA
past.
comes in when we're talking about pruning and all that kind of stuff, but I think you're removing the tree.
We're not looking for arborists
Right.
to do those types of
So
field
maybe
inspections.
that can be, tweaked a
one of the
little
things
bit, that
we're
we don't
looking
really
into.
need an arborist, that, anyone can go out there and say, yeah, here's oaks, here's pines, and here's sables, and that's it. Move
Again,
on.
so those surveys, you were asking about the location of the trees, it does become important, especially when you talk about the location of the houses on the lots. The lots are 10, 12,000 square feet, and the houses are getting bigger and bigger.
Right.
So those locations are important, so that when we do our final inspections through the land, or through zoning, that they can see where those, that they claim that they're going to keep are at. So it is pretty important to keep
Right, so
that in mind.
that would be the only exception if they're gonna conserve a tree, but right?
Well, that was the mission behind it. I mean, we were intending to preserve as many trees as possible, and the only way we can do that is by seeing them
Right.
in advance of where the houses are. The houses
Well,
are just
those
getting
would have to
bigger.
be on there, obviously, but as I said, Director Ray said only 1% of the applications had anything, so it's a very small percentage
That
that
we're
we're dealing with.
saying-
You're really talking about what you're getting, that pile of permits is from, they're removing everything.
They're
so-
removing everything, and those numbers are coming back
That really needs to be
higher.
addressed.
There's several
Yeah.
people who would opt to do the
Right.
$15,000 because
Right.
it's significantly cheaper
Right.
to do that route, but
Yeah.
we're not giving them that option.
And I think in those cases, which is 99% of the cases, not having a tree survey would be fine, because they're removing everything anyway.
If we figured a way to correctly value that, then yes.
Mm-hmm.
But the trees, with the amount of fill that we bring in for septic fields, and the positive drainage that's required on the sites, there are very few places that the trees will actually do well in those, with the
Mm-hmm.
exception of the sable. But the pines just don't do well if they're under 3 feet of dirt. And if we travel on the roots, for the oak trees, it doesn't usually help them
Right.
in the long run.
Yeah, but I don't want the message to get out there that it's impossible. There are people that have taken some really far, actions to keep trees on their property, and for them to know that it is possible if you really are adamant about it and make a lot of effort, you can. There are ways to do that. The Arbor Day Foundation has all that stuff of building, working with trees and building, but it does take a lot of effort.
It does
Yeah.
require some effort.
Right.
And the costs right now are probably disproportionate compared to what we were doing before, to do, like you said, maybe some tree wells or some landscaping that would promote that type of
Right.
environment. But it's just, the costs are just really.
Right, but people need to know that is still an option, if they want to go that route, that the only choice, because people come to me and say, oh, we have to clear cut. these are the homeowners. And I said, no, you don't really have to. You do have options. But I want to be sure that they're aware of that.
Sure.
They do have options. Yeah.
And the trees that are in the right locations, they absolutely, those are that 1% or less that they're trying to, but they have to be on the right point at the lot. It's typically in the back corners of the lot, away from the wells and away from the structure itself. That's really the target area for the trees. Everything else is pretty much occupied.
Right.
So we're getting, some of them are saving 2 or 3 trees, and they're going to get credit for those. We have the
Right.
conservation areas for trees that they save, but it's just a very small area that they're able to do it, and you put a pool on there, and it even gets, that area is reduced again.
Okay. So I think if we could get away from having to have a survey, like every single little tree, and this is exactly where it is, and getting into just the numbers, that we're just interested in the number
We're just hitting the 12 inches in the
of
block.
protected trees that you're
Yes.
taking up. That's it. That's all
That's
we're
all we're
interested
asking
in.
for on the survey.
Right. And maybe, I know we had these initial workshops about filling out that mitigation form, but I don't know, do we have some kind of like a YouTube video that shows how to fill it out, like going to a site, well, here we have a lot, and then really showing people how-to video, because, people build houses when they look by watching YouTube videos. It's just amazing when people say they do
amazing.
by watching it on YouTube, So certainly, here's a lot, and right from the road, I can tell maybe there's 3 trees that might qualify. Let's go see. And you take your tape measure, and basically if it has a circumference of about 37 inches, it's going to qualify. Anything less, you don't have to worry about it. And that's it. So I think it's a part of the re-education process, because before it was pretty much, everything just went off. We only mitigated when they were very, very big. Now it's a whole different process.
Our communication team puts that message out a lot, and we are going to have some more city hall type environments where we can bring that back up to the people who are having problems with it. There are some people, residential builders and commercial and tract builders that have problems with the mitigation form as it is. So we are currently trying to make that simpler.
Okay, because I thought the form was great. I thought it was very simplified.
It looks easy on the surface. When you get out there and you see what that survey does to that mitigation form, they say you need a lawyer and an accountant to fill it out. It is not as easy. I understand on the surface. I was the same way. I've been out to several in the last 2 months on both ends, the survey end, and as we do the arbor roughs and as we do what we're going to towards the finals, it's going to be a challenge. We're going to continue to get some pushback on this.
Okay. And then just to remind me, when it lists oaks, does it have on that form laurel oaks and live oaks? Because that's not really necessary. Oak is an oak.
We're supposed to change that.
Yeah. Pine is a pine. Doesn't matter if it's longleaf or slash. They're still only getting third of their diameter. So I get those things that make it complicated without.
So they did it on all 3 sections. You get the mitigation form, and it's got the live oaks and the laurel oaks, scrubs.
Yeah.
And so they did it on all 3
That makes
of
it
the sections.
really, really complicated. I think if you just say oaks, pines, and sable palms, that's it, then it make it a little more simple.
And that's where Jeremy comes in. He kind of simplifies that. Again, it's just, he's got a job. We're borrowing him right now, and his time is just very valuable. He can't spend that much time out there doing all these surveys when the end user's responsibility, and not trying to shun it, it's just we can't verify all that information. It's just not fair to us, and it's not fair to the homeowners.
Okay, and just to clarify, you said there's nothing that has come to fruition yet from this new
We haven't
ordinance?
attempted to issue a CO yet, since April 8th.
Right, and a lot of that isn't solely attributed to the tree permitting. It's the construction business itself has had issues with supply, materials, and
And it
labor.
wasn't a reference at the trees. The trees will be part of it. I'm afraid that what we're going to see is, because at the time that these started, we were going to see people that quantified it as a zero. They wash it. They put the mitigation form in as zero, money's owed, and it's not going to be that way. So they're going to get whatever they said was on their survey that they were going to keep.
Oh.
And then we're going to find that whatever that value is, and then we have to get them to pay their impact fees on top of that.
Well, that's part of the process, though. If they're saying they're conserving trees and they're getting credit, we're taking them at good faith, okay, but of course, if they end up not, well, okay, then.
But we don't know that until the end, and that's the challenge.
But they also know that too. They're gonna have to eventually pay that mitigation.
Correct.
Yeah, so, Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your patience, yeah.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I had sent an email, and forgive me if it was responded to. I haven't had a chance to look at the emails received. How many full-time arborists do we have on staff right now?
Currently, we have one, yes.
How many positions for arborists?
We have 2 that we're trying to fill.
2 open, so that would make it an equal of 3
3.
full-times? So we have 2 vacant. Okay, how many temporary arborists do we have?
We do not have any currently.
Any part-time arborists?
We've been trying, we've been recruiting through Advanced, and it just went back out on the street on Friday. So hopefully we'll find out, but Advanced has been working with us for a while since we hired Clifton, who was the one that came from Advanced, and then we hired him, and he has since left. He departed.
And based on the conversation, I do have to agree with Commissioner White and her, why are we having a full-time arborist going out preliminarily, looking at these properties, saying, this is an oak, this is a pine? Let's be real, I can do that. Because I don't have that expertise. Why are we requiring that expertise for preliminary or even after the fact? If there's a discrepancy, of course, then you say, hey, builder A has a problem with my assessment based on the form. Now the arborist gets involved. But to have that requirement for that expertise to do something that is elementary, I don't know. An oak is an oak, a pine is a pine, and
A palm is grass.
A palm is grass, right, thank you. So to me, that would probably be better use of taxpayers' resources and funds. And it might be easier to fill these positions, I don't know. But we have to make sure we have an arborist on staff to be able to handle the discrepancies, do whatever else is necessary citywide for arborist responsibilities. The form, it was my understanding when we approved this, after the feedback from the builders at those community meetings, that form was going to be revised to make it much more simpler, and I'm hearing it was not made simpler. Is that correct?
It is not simple. I don't know,
Instead of having laurel oak, live oak,
we can correct that.
yeah, that would seem like a very simple in-house fix to a problem that I thought was resolved months ago. The other thing is, during the budget, when we were talking about different revenues and we were talking about the tree fund, I asked, this tree fund estimate is so low. We really need to increase it so that when we have our tree fund conversation, we're a little bit more in line. And we were told that, they're saving trees, and that there isn't that much additional money. So I was kind of surprised when I saw this memo, and I even expressed that during our one-on-one meetings. So is this $250,000 in tree fund balance, is that basically revenues received since the tree fund was adopted in April?
It's only the stuff that has to do with the building portions. It's not the fees and the fines that we're doing through the court systems, or it's not the buyout programs. So it's just stuff that we're doing through the mitigation form.
Okay, so are they paying the mitigation form before CO or at CO?
It's part of the permit. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't see how they could pay it after. So they would be part of the permit process. They would do it at the time that they issued the permit.
Okay, so how do you get, this is what you paid based on permit and tree survey to, you removed all those trees and you didn't plant all those trees, you said, how are you getting that money?
That will be done prior to the CO being issued. So once the final zoning inspection is done, the arbor zoning final, we will compare what they submitted to what they have. and it will hold up their CO if it's not accurate.
Okay. When we adopted this tree code, I think all of us, staff included, knew that, hey, this is vastly different than what we were accustomed to, and that there will be tweaks that need to be made. Is it possible to, at this point, and I know that it's a workshop and you may not be able to answer that, but what tweaks, if you were king for the day, would you have made in an upcoming revised tree ordinance? What, or is that a different conversation for a different day that we need to put
Yes,
up
please.
on the
I'd
desk?
rather put that off until we're ready to present that information, because we do want to put a plan together. We don't want to come in there with empty hands. We want to give you some options that may be a little, that are a compromise for both, that work well for the preservation of the trees, but also makes it a smoother transition for the building department and for the end user.
Okay, I'm hearing months. And it's my understanding that staff is really, hands are tied and permits are being held up. And I don't want to make the problem worse if there are easy fixes that we can do now besides fixing your form.
I don't know that the fixtures are that easy, and it would be up to the commission to decide how that would go, because I don't want to be unfair to the people that have paid.
Right, that's.
And then just all of a sudden go back in time to a point. That'll be up to somebody else to decide how that we're just gonna, I just wanna present options and show you the information that we're catching now. And that's,
Okay,
like I said, it was
so-
just, we see some irregularities in how we're receiving funds, and it's important to be transparent and show you that this is an unintended consequence of what we did.
Right, so when do you think we would have a future conversation so that that gap between the people that are following the code as best as they can, people clear cutting without a permit, which just is becoming, I think, more common, is what I'm hearing?
Again, I don't want to focus on the ones that are, because those are typically homeowners who just are not trying to, they just don't know any better.
They don't know.
And it's just a lack of information. It's not typically the builders that are going in and doing that. I was trying to focus on just the builders.
Okay. So when do we have this next conversation to be able to give you guys formal direction on how to proceed, how to fix the unintended consequences? When do you see that happening?
Well, we're talking about it now, and once Director Ray gets back, we'll be able to give you a better idea. I don't want to, what her expectations are as far, we are actively working on it. We are not going to drag our feet on it. We want to bring it back to you as quickly as possible in a venue that you can actually give some direction and input, and we can make those adjustments.
When I had my one-on-one the other day, I asked the same question, and they said over the next few months, depending on the avenues that they have to go down, may have legal questions, it may have this, that, and the
Right.
other.
Oh, no, I understand
And they're working on it in conjunction with the ULDC, as they have seen some discrepancies there and the tree ordinance. They just want to have time to research everything that's available, compile some suggestions, and then come back. This was just a heads up on this, we're having issues, we're looking into them, and in my opinion, that's staff's job to go ahead and let's compile it, bring it to us and see how we feel about it. And the timeline is what it is, you know?
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, because this is kind of the answers that I received in my one-on-one. But at the same time, if we see a problem, trying to find the solution without too much time going past, that makes that problem even more complicated. That's what I'm trying to
Understood.
avoid.
But when you put timelines on, that puts rushes on, and sometimes you may make a mistake more bearing than what the original one was, because that's why I said, leave it up to staff on the timeline. So,
That's all I have at this point, thank you.
Commissioner, or Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I continue to struggle with the idea of a tree survey at the outset, because what are we really concerned about? what was on the lot before construction started or what's on the lot after construction is complete. And for me, I'm much more concerned with what's on the lot when construction is complete. Doesn't really make much difference if there were trees or no trees or what types of trees, who really cares? It's what's there when, after the house is built and everything is in. So, again, for me, I just don't understand all that upfront work when it really doesn't change what's going to be on that lot when the project is complete. And if we structure this thing, and I'm not a detail person, but if we structure this thing, clearing a lot costs X, clear cutting it without a permit is the maximum.
Sure.
But when you submit your permit, perhaps it's less than that. And then the only oversight we should be concerned with is, okay, let's inspect that lot before CO and see what kinds of trees are there at completion. And if it's a mature tree, they get way more points against that clearing fee. If there are new trees planted, great, but they're not valued quite as much. So, I mean, let's just make this thing really, really simple. And again, I can't emphasize it enough that it's what's left at the end that matters, not what was there at the beginning. So, let's just really make it simple. And I think all the work that we did in this ordinance in terms of the mitigation is still pertinent at the end of the project, but just not that tree survey at the beginning. It just seems like a lot of work and there's no value to it, in my very simple way of thinking. My only other comment with reworking this ordinance is I really want the ULDC done. And the more we iterate and change and iterate, we're not working on the other aspects of the ULDC. So if there's like a major change we can make to this process that solves the issues, let's do it. But let's not study it for 6 months. If there's something we can do to, break that log jam, then let's do it. But let's not revisit this ordinance again. Let's do it in the flow of redoing our whole ULDC. I just don't want staff sidetracked on this particular ordinance when there's so much work to do.
Understood.
So that's it.
Yes?
I was told in my one-on-one that if we focused on the tree ordinance to make some substantial changes, that it would set the ULDC behind 3 or 4 months, is what I was told. I don't know if there are simple tweaks that could come to it, whether it's changing the form, whether it's giving more, making sure they're getting credit for plantings, making it more profitable for them. If there's just small tweaks, I don't know if that would take a long time or not. Don't know. I'm not an expert on that. But what an opportunity I see for a business to be able to come in and to be, to have a business to go out. I mean, we have nonprofits that could probably charge a small fee and go out and do all of these tree things for the developer and for the city. Or, I mean, we're down 2 staff and we're holding up 300 permits, is what I was told in the one-on-one. If that's valid, that is way too many permits sitting in a queue waiting for a tree survey, and we only have 1 staff person, and you're
Part-time.
borrowing somebody else.
Part-time.
Sounds like a time to hire temporary help This is not an arborist that you need to help, but a temp agency can give you somebody that knows what an oak looks like and what a pine looks like. So if that is holding up progress of development of the city, I think there's a simple fix of getting temp agency. But these nonprofits that are out, they may very well I see somebody starting a business. I'm getting out of office, I might start my own tree business. But we took away the responsibility of having 35% on the private owner. They do not have to have 35% canopy on that property any longer. That is where the monies was supposed to be spent from the fees, is putting it on public property then, in order to keep that 35% canopy. So this was supposed to have been an easier thing. I would like to see some simple fixes and keep it. I don't want to see this thrown away. This was a lot of work, years of work to bring this about. So I would hate to see, because the ULDC is not going to come until January of '24 at the earliest probably, have it go back to where the residency properties don't have any mitigation, but yet it's on the backs of the commercial. Commercial people have been doing this all along. It's just that the residential hasn't been. And we have far more residential property than we do commercial property. So that is where you're losing your tree coverage. And yep, it's because we don't have utilities. You have to put in that septic tank, that well, and everything else, because we were not, as a city, taking care of those annexations when they came in and making sure they were given what they need. So we're playing catch up. But I would rather see a small tweak to what we have to make it more user-friendly than to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
And we do keep the ULDC in constant consideration. We're not going to do anything that's going to drastically affect the ULDC, or whatever we're going to do will be implemented in that chapter when we do that. So we're not trying to attack that all at one time. But it is with the ULDC that we get the enforcement authority to do that. And so anything we do will be accurately reflected in the ULDC Chapter 45 going forward.
Right. Can I just add something? I just wanted to ask if, because we talked about the mitigation fees, not really sure when they're paid. Can we just get that clarified for next time? Like
I'm positive we won't issue a building permit without those fees being paid. So if there is zero, then it won't affect the building permit at all. But if there are mitigation fees that are still pending, they will be held. And that's part of the 300 that you're talking about. So some of those that are really high, that the builder just chose to not pick up the permit. Because it's of no value to them at that point. They've got the $35,000 of tree mitigation on a $25,000 lot, and they haven't even begun construction.
Okay, so it is being paid at the time that they pick up the permit.
Yes.
Is that's
Yes,
for sure? Okay,
with
I'm
the
sorry, I
exception of the ones that we-
misunderstood. Okay,
So it'll be issued, but when we'll have another shot at it at the final
okay.
to make sure that it was
I was
correct.
told in my one-on-one that there are some outliers that are what you described, but the majority was about $2,500 for the mitigation of the trees. Most of the lots were in a $2,500 range. There are those outliers that are extremely high.
Well, they're heavily treed, yeah.
Can you verify that?
They're all over the place. They're 43,000 to zero. And we can't quantify it yet because we haven't been invited back out to see the ends. I know that the high ones are not being picked up. And they're just gonna sit there. I don't have a way to find out which ones have been through client response, and they're just gonna sit there until the permits are expired, and we ask them what the status of it is, and they can either renew it or it goes and it gets voided out. The numbers, I don't think the 2,500 is probably the prevalent number, probably 7,000 to 9,000. per lot would probably be a little more accurate, but again, I've got a spreadsheet that I think everybody has seen before. There's some of them that are as high as 26 on that spreadsheet, and that's just for the time that we were doing it. And those numbers,
Is that a quarter acre lot?
yes.
And do they have heritage trees?
You'd almost have to, or a lot of protected
Be that,
trees. So,
exactly.
like Commissioner Langdon, Vice Mayor Langdon said, was the survey shows those protected and heritage trees. So we do want to quantify what's at the end of it, but we need to know what was there at the beginning, because at 15,000, I'd take the $15,000 option and I'd just clear cut every lot and be done with it without the purview of the protected or
Sounds like they're
heritage.
doing it anyway.
Not the builders. So that's what I'm saying, that's, the difference is the home, it's the people who own these lots and are clear cutting the lots. That's where we're catching those 15,000 and we're not seeing it. It's not the building community that we're really catching that from, it's the individual homeowners.
All right. Go ahead, and then we need to wrap up. We really do.
Well,
We've
they've
done-
had a
I
second
know.
time. Thank you.
One more, and then we need to wrap up.
When there was a time that when you issued a permit, they got like a green card,
Still-
and they post it on the property that they have this green card. Is that still in practice?
Yes, it is.
Okay, they're not doing it then. All the lots around my house that are
We do it. I
there
don't know,
are not being posted,
So
those green
The same
signs.
one that we agreed to, the one that posts the information about the land clears and then where to post it on the property and how to face it towards the street and all that stuff is still going out with every single one that we do. Now, we don't follow up on them but as we hear issues with it, we do.
Excuse me, can you find where that is? I don't see that in the ordinance anymore. And I brought that up before,
The
that,
green card.
no, the whole thing about posting a land clearing permit prior to clearing, I don't find that provision in the ordinance anymore. And I don't know if that was an oversight or what, but if you could really I went through that ordinance, as you know, with a
No, I
fine
didn't see
tooth
it.
comb, and it's not in there anymore.
Maybe it's part of the
That's why
building.
we're not seeing
It's
it.
part of the building packet, I can promise you that.
Once they get that permit, and they put up the plastic boxes, it's in there. But before, as Commissioner McDowell was saying, they had to put it on the stick with the green, with the clearing, so people knew they had a permit and they wouldn't have to call city and bug them about, hey, they're clearing, because I still get those calls too. And I don't see that provision anymore in
We
the,
encourage them to place it on a boundary stick instead of, because the boxes are typically not on the job at that point.
Right.
So and if they
but I
did,
don't
they
think
would
it's
just
a
knock them down.
requirement anymore in the ordinance. So if you can check on that, just to
But
be
I
sure.
think maybe we didn't put it in the ordinance itself, but it's in a different
We do it as part of the
portion.
building portion.
Exactly.
You can
the
find out
building
where that
portion, I
is,
think.
so
We
I,
do it by default, so everybody that gets a land clear or an underbrush removal permit, and the instructions are printed right on the back of the document. So whether it's in an ordinance or not, anybody that gets a land clear or an underbrush or an understory clearing, they all get it. It's the exact same one. We've just modified it. We've created a land clearing, an underbrush. We've created a couple of check boxes to show what it's going to be. We just recently did that.
so you're saying it's on that says it has to be posted? But it's
Yes.
not in the
I
ordinance
know for a
itself.
fact it's on the document itself that we give them, that green
Okay,
card
but it's
on
not in the
backside
ordinance,
of
then
it.
it's not codified, correct? And
I'm
I
not sure
learned that
you can
word, yeah.
codify where the-
How important that word is, yeah.
I think it's in a different section.
Okay, well, if you
We'll
can
look
find
for it.
out where that
Absolutely.
is for me, I'd appreciate
Sure
that, thank you.
The only other statement that I'd like to make is I think it is necessary to do the surveys prior to, so you know what you're starting with, so that you know how much they're going to get in conservation credit, how much they're going to get for their planting credits. It is important. Yes, it's a pain in the hiney to do, but it is important.
It is important, but it has to be accurate.
Exactly, it has to be accurate, and I think maybe based on some of the conversations, as opposed to using an arborist to help with this process, as opposed to just an average person, to be able to tell the difference between pines and oaks and palms.
We're in
I
the
think-
process of implementing that.
Okay,
We don't need a bunch
that's
of
all I
arborists
have,
to
thank
pay.
you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're gonna move on to public comment. Do you have any online public comment?
I do not.
All right. Carla Sykes, you had your card in first, if you'd like to come up.
Hello, my name is Carla Sykes. I'm with LGI Homes. I'd like to thank you for the privilege to speak today. So in listening to your comments and to what you were saying, I wanted to give a builder perspective on what we've seen out there. To date, from 5 months ago when this went into effect, the permits that we have submitted are all still sitting in the city. We have 0 in hand that were not grandfathered in before this. So that is a result of a few things. One, the average person does not always know what a palm, a pine, and an oak is, and that is why the surveyors are incorrect. So we sent our surveyor out. They made us sign a form that said, we're not responsible if we make a mistake. So we did that so we could move forward, and they came back with surveys, and palms, pines, and oaks aren't right. We didn't know that. We submitted them, and now the city's having to go out and find surveys are wrong, right? So that's delayed us, and then now it's delaying the city. Obviously, the city's had a hard time with staff getting these permits through, but we're sitting with over 30 permits in the city, and we can't build anything because of this tree ordinance. So we are very excited to save trees. I mean, I personally went through these surveys, and you're right, the back corner is about the only place we can find to save trees. But anytime there's a back corner and there's a tree we can save, by all means, we're going to save it, right? We're going to do everything we can, but finding a way to simplify this is what we would ask for, is just something that, you know, finding even a max fine, right? So the $15,000 clear cut, that's only if you clear cut it and then you go to court, so to speak, and, you know, pay the fine, right? We're not looking to do that. We want to do this the right way, but we'd like a cap, right? Some sort of amount that says, hey, if you have to clear cut, we understand, here's what you're going to pay, right? And just let us do that, and then we can move forward, right? If we can add more plantings later, get credit for them, we're absolutely going to do that as well. If we can save them, we're going to do that. But something that stops us from $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 worth of fines that make us not even want to own the lot anymore and then not build on it, and it's just creating this bottleneck. So that would be my biggest thing, would be to ask if we could find something. I think you had suggested maybe something a little less than the $15,000 fine, but something that is a cap, right? Other notes were just a couple of clarity things on the form itself. It is fairly user-friendly. However, there was palms. I think, Commissioner White, you had said something about the diameter, and palms, the way it reads on the form, says anything 4 feet or taller, and it does not list a diameter. So it's saying every palm 4 foot or taller, and it's a comma that delineates that, a comma. Right? We didn't see it, we didn't know it, and then we started talking with the city and going back out there, oh, this comma says it's all palms. So some of this clarity to make sure that we're doing the right thing. That's probably not my timer at any rate. And then another item that we noticed was a heritage. If there's a trunk and then 2 trunks that come off of it, we measure both of those, but then adding them together is creating heritage trees that I don't really believe are heritage trees, and something that's creating a large fine that could potentially be mitigated if that has some clarity to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Tenbush, you're up next, sir.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Larry Tenbush. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. First thing, I'm going to start off with surveys. The problem with a survey is this. It's a black and white document you're looking at, but in the field, when we get out there, we're looking at a tree that's bent over. We're looking at trees that are over top of neighboring houses that create health and safety risk. We're looking at disease trees that we've just paid mitigation or we're trying to save, and we get to the field and going, oh man, we got clear around it, now we can really see what we got, and we're saving a tree that isn't worth saving. And I'm all for saving trees, and you guys know me for a long time. But when you do all of this work to try to save a tree, and then you get there and the tree is junk, that isn't as a problem. So we should be concentrating on saving trees that we want to have in our community and trees we're going to be proud of. Second thing I'd like to talk to is in regards to heritage trees. Commissioner White did say that in fact, I sat on the committee with Commissioner White when we developed our first tree ordinance. And Those trees that we planted back then, by the way, are heritage trees today. I went back and looked at the trees our company planted. Those are heritage trees. So we are creating heritage trees in 20-year time spans if the trees are properly taken care of. So again, don't get too short-sighted on what we plant, because we can end up planting and having a community we're proud of in 20 or 30 years, instead of a community with a bunch of junk trees in it that we tried to save. The other thing I'd like to speak to is fairness. How is it fair when you've got two lots side by side, same builder building both houses, same houses, one customer's paying a $9,000 or $10,000 mitigation fee, the other customer's not paying anything, just because of the luck of the draw? Did Mother Nature put a tree in the back corner where we can save it? And if she did, that particular customer is pretty lucky. And they didn't know this when they bought these lots. A lot of these folks bought these lots many moons before we even had tree ordinances, or bought them between that, before we had adopted this new ordinance. So, and again, I'm all for saving trees, but I think we need to revisit this, and when we revisit this, please put some experts on that committee that have to deal with this ordinance on a day-to-day basis. The people that understand the ordinances in public works, where we have to have positive drainage. Somebody that understands septic systems and the engineering behind it and what we have to do. Zoning and setback requirements. There's a lot of things that you need to have experts that understand all fields that are affected by this ordinance. Again, I think we need an ordinance and it should be protected. We just need to do some more work. Thank you for your time.
Larry, did I hear you volunteer for that?
I definitely volunteer for that. And I know, by the way, Nick Lonsky has COVID. He'd wanted to come and speak, so that's why Nick's not here today.
He was here the last time, so.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else? I mean, we can keep talking trees all day long and stuff, and I know you're bringing this back. I would much rather put it into staff's hands. Like I talked with Elena Ray and the other day on the one-on-one, and yes, we would like to have this done as soon as possible. If there's little tweaks and stuff coming forward, let's get it in there. Let's get whatever adjustments we gotta make, so we're not prolonging the problem. So pretty much you have everything. You've heard from the builder's point of view. You've heard from the commission point of view. Let's bring it back and have another discussion and see if we can fix some of this stuff.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, moving on to 22-3395. Yep, city manager, you're up again, sir.
All right, 3395, this is discussion and possible direction regarding the Northport Nonprofit Humanitarian Careers Program. In this item, during the strategic planning, the city commission created priority 8 under the quality of life pillar to support nonprofits providing programs for the community. In an effort to further that priority, we created, with the help of our social services team, developed a program for the NP Squared. And the goal of the program is to help nonprofits with tools and resources needed to support services to Northport residents. There is a presentation that goes along with it, and while it is coming up, I will just sort of keep moving along. Is it not on there?
We need a person to do the presentation.
We're a little short-staffed today, sir.
I don't know who has the presentation for it.
All right. Hold on. Can we put up off of the agenda that is on?
Yes.
Let's try that. All right. 4 for 4. Thank you. So the purpose, as we go through the program, is to assist nonprofits in achieving their mission objectives by integrating local municipal government with area nonprofits serving Northport citizens. This collaborative effort will offer any nonprofit serving the Northport community an opportunity to apply for a mission support item that will enhance the agency's programming needs. And then the question becomes, what is a mission support item? And those are items that is a tangible object that enhances a nonprofit's level of service to the community. We keep using the example of a refrigerator for Meals on Wheels. Say the refrigerator went down, they wanted to apply for a grant, they would apply for one. We would help them procure the refrigerator. The program is not intended to support the administrative costs of the applicant. Therefore, we are not trying to make sure that we support the operational expense of a nonprofit. That's their responsibility. Our goal is to be a partner in helping them get these services out to the community. With the program overview, we introduced some information toward the agency criteria. And if I go to that really quick, it will tell us that some of the information that it relates to the agency criteria. The nonprofit must submit an application. The application entails the intended community need and the impact of the agency. Northport nonprofit to apply must be in good standing and must provide the following information: the articles of incorporation, a 5013, and designation letter as well. Let me toggle. Now I'm going back. If you go down, please keep going, keep going. Yeah, right there. So the roles of, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Roles of the committee. For the initial committee, the City of Northport Social Service Division will choose a chair and a vice chair. And then the chair and the vice chair will select 3 community committee members from the following sectors: private, public, and government. All 5 committee members must be City of Northport residents, and the committee members may serve up to 3-year terms if they are voted into the vice chair and chair positions, and all other members will serve 2-year terms. Funding requests and application deadlines. As we looked at that information, during a normal year, the applications will be accepted from August 1st to the 15th. If we begin it this year during this truncated year, it would begin November 1st through November 15th, and the committee would then review and determine the recommendations by this December 20th. Then we will be able to start to process the applications. The payment processing, it means that after notification is sent to the nonprofits is completed, social services staff will begin the procurement process for each item. Once the procurement process is complete, staff will make the purchase and coordinate the delivery of goods. So as we go down, as you see, this is just criteria that we came up with to sort of give you a better understanding of how we would manage the program. The reporting and tracking, we have to make sure that they are in compliance not only with what their mission is, but they have to ensure that all nonprofits receive funding. They will have to provide an impact statement at the 6-month and 1-year mark. And in that report, it will list their current objectives, their future objectives, and the number of Northport residents served. The strategic pillar integration means that we want to make sure that we support nonprofits that are connected back to what we said was important to us as a city. So if they cannot connect their efforts to what we do, which is probably not going to be too hard to do because we're serving the same population and furthering the same community interests, then that would stop them from going forward in the process. But the collaborative outcomes that we talk about, that is where we really want to focus on making sure that we are recognizing that as we want to be better partners with our nonprofits, that we are doing that together. And there's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of independent nonprofit actions that are going on. And we believe that by creating a program, even if this is not the program of choice, that we work better with our nonprofits. This was the outcome and the vision that we came up with as it related to this program to support the priority and the pillar. We are here to listen. If we remember where this stopped at, you can go down some more, please. If you remember where this stopped at, it stopped because of the lack of communication for the actual program itself, the lack of commitment or unity of what we were proposing to what the commission may want. By no means are we saying this is the only method to do it, and we're open to your suggestions. If we are acknowledging that the problem exists, then we just need to figure out a solution for it. But we are interested to hear from the commission and see if we are on the right track, the wrong track, or how we go forward. I would just encourage the commission, as I've probably said to most of all of you, this really is something that, when it comes to community engagement, we really need to all be on the same page of what it looks like. If this looks wrong, then let's figure out what looks right, or at least keep trying until we get there. Being united on this is kind of important, in my opinion, and I understand why people have different perspectives or visions on what the community working with nonprofits looks like. But if we all can acknowledge that we need to do better, then that's what we're working towards, doing better. Did I miss anything you wanted to say?
Commissioner, questions? Commissioner Luke?
Okay.
How much comes out, and I don't know who this would even go to, for special events? Isn't it 5,000 that we had? We started with a 10,000 mark for the special events, so that they get, you know, if the event is free and the criteria like that. I think it is 5,000 now because the 10,000 wasn't being used.
You mean your total budget allocation for
Yeah.
the special event program?
I think it's
I
5,000.
think it's 5,000. I think that's right.
Yeah, per year,
Yeah, I think that's right.
5,000. That's
Commission
what,
approved.
correct, it goes through the commission. Do you guys have an idea what cap you would want to put on the disbursement of these items? I mean, all this is cloning what Lightspeed Voice does. I mean, this is their program. So I understand, you know, the criteria and how you go through it and stuff like that. It's the money aspect that I have concerns about. So where would it come from? I mean, definitely it could come from the commission contingency fund, you know, but it still would need a cap at that too. And we cap the special events at 5,000. Lightspeed Voice allows somebody to submit up to $1,000. They don't give a nonprofit any more than 1,000 when they purchase the item. So I'm wondering what your caps are and where that money would be coming from.
So the funding request that we put in ours was $25,000, and 10 agencies will be selected by the committee annually to receive up to $2,500 each. The money would come from, the $25,000 is what's in our budget proposal for fiscal year '23. So it's still in there as of right now.
General fund.
Correct. But if you, as the board says today, this is something we don't want to do, then that would come out and it would go back. It would just come out of the general fund as a request.
I would like to see it personally myself at a lower amount. I mean, when we put that 10 in, and that wasn't even being used, I mean, because 25,000 in 1 year is a whole lot of money. I would rather see it lowered. And I mean, Lightspeed does a lot for $1,000. But even if it's 2,000, whatever, and a lower amount, I would listen to that.
The commissioner one is a special event reimbursement, if I'm not mistaken, right? The $5,000 is like a reimbursement for something that they spend and related to their event. I think that special event reimbursement is different from this one because each nonprofit, most likely, there should be a lot of nonprofits that have needs that we can help with how we're trying to fund them in the example of the refrigerator. Not everyone may have a special event that they want to process their paperwork and need a reimbursement for. I think the two are serving two different needs. So I don't necessarily look at them, I wouldn't necessarily compare them to be the same thing, is what I'm saying.
Well, I guess I was articulating that to say that we are already helping nonprofits. But if you spend $2,500 on nonprofit A, and they come back to you next year, $2,500, next year, $2,500, next year, $2,500, you are substantially holding up a nonprofit and purchasing them things that they should be fundraising or doing trying to get in other means. If they can rely on the city pretty much providing $2,500 to them yearly, I have a problem with that.
Well, in our recommendation, we recommend that a nonprofit can't apply but every other year for that same purpose. You don't want to give the same people the same money every single year. You do want to make sure that it does have a level of fairness to it through those nonprofits in the city.
Thank you. I'll open it, I'll close so other people can talk.
Yeah.
Commissioner White?
All right, thanks for clarifying that, because I misunderstood the whole program. This is only for agencies that are doing work in the community specifically, and people like need a refrigerator or they need something, as opposed to that event program is for special events. But is there any would we even entertain the idea of having a partnership with nonprofits where they're actually not even asking for money, but for support from what we already have in place, with that the city already has in place? For example, yes, I have to talk about what I know, like planting projects, that if there are groups out there that want to do planting projects and on city property, and they would pay for everything, but you have to coordinate things, and then the city then being a partner, so the city would put that on your social media and let people know this is what's going on, and that's really not going to cost the city anything, but that's the kind of partnership I would like to see. I know Parks and Rec, for example, has partnered with the Conservancy, the Northport and they're doing hikes with them, and again, that's not costing Parks and Rec anything other than if they're there that day for the hike, but they don't have to be, but they're promoting it. They have an online sign-up thing, and that's just like boom, 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 do it, but it's a partnership because that group can capture the resources we already have and put it out there in the community. That's what I was thinking this program was going to be more about. I have no problem with the first part, but I'd like to see it include groups that are doing things and just need a little bit of more help as far as getting the word out there and utilizing what's already we have.
So the Parks and Recs program, if I remember correctly, it was, sort of generated out of being selective of who we listened to, who said, hey, can you help us? And then put it online and make sure there was a criteria that they were vetted. And then once we were determined to be a partner with them, we would follow all of those steps that you just outlined. I don't see that being a problem for this program either, as, it just probably wouldn't live in Parks and Recs. It'd just be expanded to have that similar criteria so that we could make sure that after we vetted them as an entity, that we said, yes, we were a partner, and then we could do the advertising and other things that, like you said, do not cost sort of the $25,000 we're asking here. The program itself, is not just related to this money aspect of it. There are going to be nonprofits who want us to be a partner with them just to say, hey, can you gather some volunteers, through the city time? We want to maybe go out and do something for, Habitat for Humanity, and one department signs up and says, well, we're going to go out there on this Saturday as a team, or multiple departments go out there and provide their time. It's, working with our nonprofits as we talk about, getting back into the workplace giving campaign of making it easy for those employees who want to give back to an agency. I know that there was a time where that was here in the city and it went away, and now we're making sure that we're going through the right processes to see if we can bring that back, so that we can give employees options, just so they have different ways of giving. But there's multiple ways for sure, Commissioner Wynn.
Okay, so you're saying that having the non-monetary portion can be part of this program? Okay, because I know when I did all my kayak excursions years ago, I wanted to team up with the city, and there was no outlet for that. They didn't have anything in place that would allow the city to do something.
Right.
And I said, okay, I'd do it on my own. But if you already have things in place to utilize, and I do share Commissioner Luke's concern about this becoming a way of regularly funding certain agencies. But again, if they're doing something for the community that's needed, then that's needed. I like the every other year, and then you're saying a committee. So a committee would be reviewing these things. So they say, okay, they keep coming back to us for something, which if it's needed, again, it's needed. Obviously that it's not, that service or whatever it is they're trying to do is not being met by any other means. So, if it's necessary, it's necessary. And, nonprofits, yes, I know, fundraising is important. It's also extremely time consuming. And some of these grants, the city has the good fortune of being able to pay a grant writer, but if you're in a nonprofit, you have to do it yourself. And you have to go to these workshops. Some of them are very, extensive. And a lot of nonprofits, everybody's a volunteer. Most of the boards, they're not paid at all. So, any resource and help that they can get to further their mission that's for the good of the community is valuable. So, and I'm speaking from somebody who knows that when people want to know why, People for Trees hasn't applied for these grants, I said, because it's such an involved process and it's so much time, and I'm not a financial person and to do all this stuff, and so it just never gets done. But if you have this little outlet that, hey, we just need this, or a group needs that, then I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, we didn't want to make it overly complicated, but you do have to have compliance and internal controls in place to make sure that the taxpayers' dollars are being spent in the way that they were intended to be spent, which is to, again, provide a service that is helping our community. And in this instance, what we would be doing is helping one of our partners perform their mission in a better way to help stretch out the reach that we have as city staff.
And you did mention there'd be a committee.
Yes.
There'd be a committee overseeing this, so that's another layer of transparency that we would have.
Correct. And what you want is an unbiased committee that would be there so that it takes it out of the hands of, well, the city manager wanted this particular organization to get a grant for this and they got one. You want it to be totally independent. Same thing like, with the commissioner. You want it to be independent of our roles here and just say that we're here to provide the pathway for it, but we need other people who are stakeholders who are committed to making sure that we improve our community together are the ones making the decisions. The final authority comes through us as a city because we sign off on all of the funds that we're responsible for dispersing. So we do have, the oversight over the committee per se, but you need those stakeholders to be engaged and involved as well.
All right, so will that come before the commission, just like the event grant comes before the commission for final approval, or no?
It is not our desire for it to come before a commission for final approval.
That the committee.
Not mine either.
Nor mine.
Right, that would be another.
That's committee's decision.
Layer.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right, I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell?
Based on what she had said, Commissioner White had said, are we going to be using our grant writers to help nonprofits write grants?
No, I think she was saying that, writing grants is not an easy
Nonprofits don't
process
have
for
that.
nonprofits, right?
Yeah.
They
Okay,
don't
I
have-
just wanted to make sure I heard correctly.
Yeah.
So no,
Sorry.
we aren't using staff to write grants for nonprofits.
Correct.
Thank you.
But just for the record, there are some nonprofit people out there getting grants that are helping the city of Northport. Just so you know, we're not doing their job, but some of them are helping us do our job.
The committee that you are saying is going to be citizen, it says here, private, public, and government. Private. Who might, give me some examples of private.
Private business owner?
Public?
Staff.
Yeah, one of our staff, county staff,
And then government?
could be same.
No, I'm just trying to understand who is making up this committee, because I'm not seeing citizens. I think that would be an
That would be our public.
I'm sorry,
That would be our public.
public? Okay.
What about teachers and stuff like that through the schools? Which category would they fall under?
They could possibly fall under the government.
Okay,
Okay.
that's cool.
So the reason this is my basically first question is we created a Veterans Committee to help us figure out about a park. They were making recommendations to the commission, and it was required sunshine, and it had to go through one of our advisory boards. And I am wondering, is this going to be a offshoot of an advisory board? Is this committee going to be subject to sunshine?
I don't know why they would not be, because you're dealing with government funds and you're a committee created by this government, so I don't know why it would not be.
Well, I think the test is a little more, thank you.
So it
The
would
test is-
not, I'm sorry, are you saying that it would not be an advisory board and it would not be a committee similar to the Veterans Committee?
I don't know the details of your Veterans Committee, and I'm saying, I don't know if it qualify as an advisory board. I'm saying if it's a committee created for this purpose that we're outlining, it should be subject to the sunshine laws, because we're asking them to do something on our behalf that is dealing with citizen funds. So why would it not be, unless the city attorney is about to tell me something different, why would it not be subject to the sunshine law?
So if the commission were to set this up as an advisory board, then it would be an advisory board. As it's being proposed, it is not an advisory board. Whether or not it would be subject to sunshine, we'd have to look into that. We've not double checked. Most of the time, committees like this are not, but if this is the committee's making a final determination, they very well may be. There are times where committees that don't include public officials are subject to the sunshine law.
And they're dealing with specifically with, funding. So I think that takes it to a different level as well, as opposed to just advisory capacity.
So in the paperwork, you said that and I don't know who you is, I don't know if it's city manager or staff, so I'm just using a collective view.
We're all one team.
If the committee is offering a recommendation, who has final authority then?
We would follow the recommendation of the committee. When I say follow final authority, we have to sign off on the paperwork to make sure that everything is accurate in the way that they purport it to be spent. So we would not come back and say to them, if they said, hey, we would not challenge their recommendation unless we had a very good cause to, is what I'm saying. We're not gonna sit there and try to second guess the board as long as they have done their due diligence and done everything the way they're supposed to be doing. You agree?
I agree.
Okay.
We do the procurement, so.
Yes.
Which brings me to my next question. We have a lot of staff, it sounds like that's going to be having their hands in this. It sounds extremely staff intensive. Yes, the committee is reviewing the applications, but staff is collecting them, staff is procuring it, staff is making the delivery, staff is dispersing the funds. It sounds very staff intensive. What is your estimate on this? Because, man, I see this becoming a whole full-time position, possibly two, at some point down the road. What do you see as an estimate for the first couple of years of staff's hourly?
Are you offering positions to support the program? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm saying if this is widely successful, there
Right,
could be staff needing specific positions. That's
Well-
why I'm asking, what is the estimate and time of staff spending on this?
Well, I think the time will depend on the number of applications we get and depends on some of the other structure of the program that will be set up that are probably not known at this time. What I can tell you is we're not asking for any more staff to do it. We will make it work within the staffing that we have.
I am probably the one that is very hesitant about this whole program.
No.
Yeah, I'm sure you know
Not you.
that. And I know that when you say you want a 5-0 vote, or you want all of the commissioners to be on board, I hear you. You're not talking to them, you're talking to me.
No, actually, I am. I want everyone to sort of be.
They're already on board, pretty much.
If we're not all in agreement, we can just say, you know what? I'm halfway there, I like this, that, I still don't like this and this, go back and try again. All I'm saying is, we don't have to rush a decision, based on where we're at. I would like for everyone to be comfortable at some level with whatever's decided upon. That's all I'm trying to say. Because as we go out to the community, I don't want them to say, well, I see 4 of you, where's the other one? Well, we knew the other one didn't support it because of X, Y, and Z. Well, go fix X, Y, and Z to try to get everyone there. That's what I'm saying.
So I think Commissioner Luke kind of alluded to, this is being done. Lightspeed is doing this. There are plenty of opportunities out there for nonprofits to get grants. I mean, Gulf Coast Foundation is extremely generous. Lightspeed, we don't even have to talk about our own company right here in our town. That is extremely generous. I think $2,500 is a huge amount of money for nonprofits that are able to raise funds for themselves, for needs that they have that are coming down the pipe. Have you considered looking at maybe doing $750 and then doing them having to match it? That way then they have skin in the game. We have to do matching funds on a lot of our grants that we receive. I would think that, hey, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. This way they have to come up with half. Not like the job growth grant that we learned about that didn't have that in there in the contract. But if they're asking for $1,500 and our cap is $750, they have to put in $750. If they're asking for $700, we give $350, they give $350. Some type of a matching grant. I would like to see it kind of start out. City manager at the beginning said that if this is approved in November, start it out as a pilot. Let's work on just like maybe five nonprofits, start out at a pilot, cut the $25,000 overall, cut it down to like maybe, I don't know, 5,000, whatever those numbers look like. Do it as a pilot, work through the kinks, and, oh gosh, we all know with the tree fund, it was a new program, new policy, new ordinance. Let's see what we need to work out and tweak it and make it better instead of going hog wild at the very beginning. It is no secret, this is government funds, and I really would like to, and I know I'm not gonna get anybody else to agree, but the commission really should. We should make sure we have a citizen on this board. It's not a may, it should be a shall. Maybe 2 citizens, not associated with government, not associated with the city, not associated with nonprofits. 2 standalone kind of citizens on this board for checks and balances. That would probably be one of the only ways I would move away from commission oversight, because it is checks and balances. We gotta make sure we're not helping the same nonprofits over and over and over again. And when you said every other year eligibility, I didn't see that in the program. I may have missed it.
Stays there.
Is it? Okay. And like I said, I may have missed it. And of course, I need the assurances from city attorney that this is all legally up and okay and not required to follow sunshine, not required to have commission come back and create a committee like we had to do for the veterans group. My goodness, if we had to create a committee approved by the commission to do something like this for the advisory board for the veterans thing, I would surely think there's some requirement to do something like this because it is public funds that are being dispersed. So I really would like to make sure that all the i's are dotted and t's are crossed before we go jumping into this.
And those all sound like good ideas, especially with the matching and what you said. The reason why the city attorney has not reviewed anything yet, because we're still deciding what to review right now.
Oh, I agree.
Yes, but as soon as we get to a point where I think the 5 of the commissioners say, let's get it in front of someone, that's what we'll do. The reduction in the amount of money, hog wild is, I've never heard $25,000 considered hog wild, but if it is, then just cut it down. It's totally up to you. We just want to put something in front of you that we believe is advancing our purpose and process.
Yeah, this is taxpayer money. and nonprofits are getting a benefit that our citizens don't even get a benefit for. And they have a lot of needs too.
And some of your citizens are nonprofit owners, by the way. I mean, they're not exclusive groups from each other.
So I just got to make sure we have our checks and balances. And 2 more years, you're going to be hearing me harping on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that it?
That's it for now.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm one of those commissioners that supports the program in concept. And there are just a couple of things I want to highlight to make sure I understand the intention. And one is the object is to enhance a nonprofit's level of service to Northport. I would say enhance and expand, because what I have in mind for this money, and I'm just pulling an example out of the air, if Backpack Angels, through their own devices, can pack 250 backpacks for Northport school children, and with a grant, they can do 350 backpacks, that's the kind of activity I would like to see this program funding. So sort of extending the reach of our nonprofits. As I was going through this, I was also thinking, well, what type of services, nonprofit delivery services, would we approve? And then I sort of read it's tied into the pillars. So that leaves it pretty wide open, because I was sort of thinking, is there any hierarchy, or do certain kinds of services have more weight than others? Things that involve children, recreational programs, environmental, are they all fair game? And it sounds like they would be, because our pillars really address all of those things. I very much like the idea of the committee. Having the commission approve the committee wasn't something I considered, but I would be open to that. And so long as we then back off, I'd like, this to happen outside of commission meetings. Hadn't thought about sunshine, but depending upon, I would defer it to city attorney, but I very much would support the idea of having the conversations and decisions of this committee being subject to sunshine. I think that's a great idea. I also was a little concerned about how much staff would be required to support the program, particularly if we're doing procurement. And I'd like us to consider, again, I'll use my Backpack Angel example, 100 more backpacks with stuff in it, costs XYZ. Can they get it and we just reimburse? It would remove, some of the burden from staff. No? Why?
Okay. So we've talked about it a good amount of time in how we do our procurement. And I do have to say, even though sometimes I am not so happy with our procurement process, I do believe it's there, and we have to, it's necessary, yeah, and it's very black and white. And I love that about myself. I love that about city manager. I also love that about my administrative assistant, because Erin is very black and white when it comes to our procurement.
So it's more making sure we get the best deal
Yes,
when we're
and that we are purchasing the item that has been requested, and then we make the follow-up. So I feel like it's going to have checks and balances on our end, so I would prefer it stay with us.
Okay, I can buy that, yeah.
And you reiterated the comment about making sure that, we have the right staffing to do this. And we did ask for a couple of new FTEs in this fiscal year 23 budget. We are not just going to overwork or overburden the staff that we currently have. And I think that request this year should show that, but we also should make sure that we can operate things when asked efficiently and effectively as well, which is why neither of the programs that we put forward asked for new staffing for it because we could find a way to figure it out.
Right, right. I also like the idea of matching funds. I would be open to requiring that selectively. I mean, I think we'll learn a lot just based on the kinds of requests that would come in, and then we'll either ease up in some areas or put more structure in other areas. But there might be a type of payment or investment that we would want to require matching funds. I wouldn't necessarily require it in all examples, but we should be open to it. One of my reactions, though, a lot of times with nonprofits, well, let me back up. So the process we've identified is very planful and sort of forward-thinking. Once a year, people could apply. What can happen, though, is a church might have a van where they collect homebound residents to come to services or something like that. And we should also, is religious nonprofits part of this? We need to figure that out. But maybe a van breaks down or a refrigerator blows up. It's not something that's planned. So I think we should consider as part of this budget having a holdback for those, so that we can be sort of responsive. And in a lot of situations, you know, nonprofits will say, okay, with our current funding, we can do this. If the city kicks in, we can do that much more. They know that ahead of time. But there could be situations in which something happens that really impacts a nonprofit's ability to fulfill their mission, and I think we should be open to responding to those kinds of things. Is there anything else? Sort of related, would it be in-kind only? So purchasing backpacks, you know, that kind of thing, or would we fix a van? Or fix, it's not a procurement, I don't think, per se, maybe it is. But again, I think as we go forward in time and have more experience with this program, we'll get a better sense of what kinds of things do we want to fund and what kinds of things might be outside the purview of the program. I wouldn't want to over-engineer it at the get-go, because I think we'll learn a lot, and if we get the right people on that committee, I think we'll get some really good brain power on how to navigate some of those things.
And I think the committee will help sort of flush some of that out, especially in the first pilot year or whatever we do for the kickoff. And
right.
Because they'll think of a lot of things that we're not in the position to think of right now, just because we haven't gone through the experience. But going through the experience at a lower level should make us better for a larger level.
Right, right. So I think that's most of my comments. I yield the floor.
Yeah, I was in favor of this project going forward. The 25,000 is not outlandish, because a lot of the nonprofits in town, which everybody's aware of, are serving the basic needs to a lot of the children and unfortunate throughout the community. Like she mentioned, the Backpack Angels. Well, if they didn't get those school supplies, that burden would fall onto the teachers, like it had in the past. And you know that as well as I do. And now we're having issues with not having enough teachers because of the pay and everything. So it sort of keeps moving along and affecting something else. Kiwanis, they do socks and underwear for kids that they don't have them. They have a problem at school. Here you go, brand new socks and underwear you're taken care of. You can go home. They also do peanut butter and jelly, to where some kids go home and they're not going to eat very much over the summer. So what you're doing is, yes, the nonprofits are helping take care of just children have basic needs. My thing was on the 2,500, it could be up to 2,500. You were talking about a van breaking down. I wouldn't get into anything like that. But if Meals on Wheels lost one of their refrigerators, $2,500 is not gonna buy you a brand new refrigerator. They are getting expensive, but it may put a dent into that cost on where they can get back up and running. And there's another part of our population, which is the old, the elderly, and the shut-in, that without that service may go hungry, may set up their diabetes, may, you know, whatever the case may be, that could be their last day, depending. So if we're going to partner, let's do it right, come up with a plan. Like everybody said, everybody's got their own ideas. It could be $750, it could be $1,500. Come up with a plan on how it can affect the most people, and it doesn't have to be a guarantee of $2,500. It could be up to $2,500 and say, okay, use the Kiwanis. They could use $500 for socks and underwear. Well, that's all you're gonna get this year. Come back in 2 years. Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to another nonprofit. You know, case by case scenario.
Agreed, yeah.
So
Great.
that's my 2 cents. Commissioner Luke.
Thank you very much. And I agree with the statement that you made. This isn't an emergency fund. This is helping them meet their mission.
Exactly.
So it's not as though the van breaks down and they run to us and we fix it. This is a procurement in order to help them to be able to get something to further their mission. To me, the committee is a must. Lightspeed Voice uses a committee. That committee made up of, you know, participants such as what is recommended, and they bring that recommendation to Ed Hill. So in our case, the recommendation would be brought to the city manager. City manager sees that it fits the criteria, and he hands it over to procurement. And it is purchased. The item is purchased. The money is not given. I've been around nonprofits enough to see that they pocket or they use it for something else rather than what the item was that was necessary. So I love the fact that it would be being purchased and then given to them. Sunshine Law, I'm full agreement with what city manager has said. Yes, this is dealing with citizen funds. There needs to be sunshine, and the people who get on that committee to realize that this is going to be sunshine. There needs to be a yearly report given to the commission showing, I mean, this needs to be a pilot program to start with, but a yearly report coming back, telling us what was spent, what, you know, things were utilized, what nonprofits were helped. I'm going to be the odd duck maybe. I don't like forcing them to match. We got some really teeny tiny nonprofits that might not be able to have. I'm actually going to recommend 20,000, 10 nonprofits receiving 2,000. That's going to be my recommendation. But they might not have $2,000 sitting in there to match. They might not even have $750 there to match, because what they bring in, they release right away. They take care of what they do, or what their mission. So I'm not for a match, but I am for, such as the refrigerator or the freezer that is more than $2,000, that they be able to give, or let's say the refrigerator is $5,000. We said we would provide $2,000, that they be able to give you the $3,000 extra to be able to purchase that. Does that make sense?
Say that one more time? So we would give them 2 and.
We would do the purchasing and the
Oh, they would do the
2,000
other
back.
half.
They would,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
The nonprofit would do
That,
the.
exactly. They would fill the difference, because you're not going to be able to buy a refrigerator for $2,000. But you can buy it if they give you the other amount so that it can be had. So instead of a match, I would rather see that they be able to fill the gap themselves to be able to purchase it. With that, I think I'm finished, sir.
And Commissioner McDowell, you gotta go too?
Just, I
No,
just wanted.
Commissioner McDowell first,
Okay,
hold on.
sorry, yeah.
Commissioner
Just have one
McDowell
little
first.
thing.
So if we're putting a cap on the amount of money that we will grant a nonprofit, I don't know, 750, 2,000, whatever that number is. And the product that needs to be purchased, let's say is $10,000. The nonprofit would have to give the city the difference so that then we can go and procure it?
No, they would have to show us that they can pay the remainder of it.
Okay, but let's say Sears wants one check from the city, because maybe that's how procurement works, I don't know.
Not usually. Usually you can do multiple payments.
From multiple vendors.
But what if they don't have the money for that good at the time that they're making their application
And to me, that would.
to make the
That would
difference?
nullify the
Okay.
transaction.
Okay, I just trying to process all of this and think outside of the box of something that is much more expensive than what we're trying to grant money for. Because the last thing I want the city of Northport to become is a bank to try and keep all of this, put and take in place. That's not our role, and I don't want our staff to be burdensome by that.
So, and another thing you wanna look at too is they're gonna be doing a lot of the purchasing on huge items because warranties and everything would have to be in their name and not city's name.
Right.
So,
Oh.
you look at it that way.
And then what happens if they decide, ooh, I can't use this refrigerator, we're gonna return it, do they get the money back or do we? So these are things that we have to really be cognizant of.
Yeah, I think that if, in your example, if the purpose changes for what we provided the funds for, then the funds would be due back to the city. We wouldn't allow them to sort of make that sort of change and just keep moving.
Again, we have to remember that the money is not going to the nonprofit.
But if they go to return
Right, I
something,
get that, I
Right.
get that.
if they return it,
That is something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think wind in the air and everything would say, hey, where's that refrigerator at? Oh, they returned it. I think it would come back. I really think people would know about that.
Or we could put it in the clause of the agreement to make sure that.
we gotta have these
change.
kind of things thought about ahead of time in case, so that we don't get
Well,
caught.
that's all part of their.
Exactly.
Part of the process.
Their process, and has this ever happened in the past somewhere else, you're gonna
This is why we
research
really
it, we're
don't
just
get
not gonna
involved
open up
with
the
this.
door tomorrow, so figure out how to cover, and, anything else?
Lightspeed, I've dealt with their
Yeah.
thing for a couple of years, and so we could even take a look at the contract that they use and stuff, but they're button up, but I don't believe they allow somebody to do what I was talking about, to pay the overage in order to obtain something. I don't think they do that. It's set as $1,000 and that's it.
Commissioner White, did you have any?
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, emphasize, I really would like to be sure that there was that non-monetary support component put in here, just to ease. I'm thinking of the mix and mingles that Northport Forward put on. I mean, that did not cost any money. They didn't ask for any money, it was just securing a city location, right?
And they paid for
That sounds something
refreshments.
totally different than Northport Square. It sounds like a totally different program to me. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see it lumped in with this. This is about,
Well, I think.
That's
that- I
serving
think
the
they're
community.
Two different branches of the
Yeah.
same tree.
Yeah.
So
Right,
what
right.
Janet just showed me was, that is an HR component. If we talk about how do we sort of use our staff for volunteering, which is a non-monetary portion of this. So there's just different layers here that we're talking about. The most important layer for the commission to decide upon is the one that we brought in front of you,
Money.
which was the money piece
Yeah.
of it,
Right,
right?
right.
Which is why I've always said the program can live without the money piece of it. I've always said that. And that's because we have people who want to give and help nonprofits out of their own willingness to be charitable. And we would never take that away from them, and nor would we ever force that on anyone either. It's an option, just an option. People give in different ways, time, churches, money, we know that. So that will definitely not be excluded from the process.
Okay, all right, because I know everything we're talking about has to deal with people in crisis or having to give food and things like that. But there's other ways that
Well, they
serve
do the
community.
sock drive ahead of time. They do the backpacks ahead of time.
Yeah.
You can be part of the process, planning for that. Like she said, giving an extra couple hundred backpacks out instead of just 200. Maybe they just covered
Right,
all
but
of the
that's still
schools.
giving something to people because they're in need. But
Correct,
we're talking about other situations where just to bring the community together, that would, it still is for the betterment of the community, so that if you really nurture someone's well-being, hopefully they won't get into those situations where they need to
Sure.
have a backpack on Friday for food to last them until
And the crisis
Monday.
mode was like, if a refrigerator does go out at Meals on Wheels and only 5 people have participated this year, they have an avenue to go and apply. You know,
Or if you got a good neighbor program and you have people checking on each other, then.
well, that's, city manager, that's the next item on the list.
Okay, all right, I'm done, thank you.
Just keep it within the lines.
I got just a quick
Go ahead,
question.
go ahead,
Quick
you're good.
question. In your agency criteria, you have listed here nonprofit determination letter and the most recent IRS 990 form. Yeah, I went on Google to see what the heck is an IRS 990 form. There's thresholds for requirements of filing that form. And some of these nonprofits may not meet those thresholds. So that needs to be looked at. The other thing is, Sunbiz not only shows all the active corporations, LLCs, businesses in the state of Florida, but it also lists all of the active nonprofits registered. They must be active because there are a whole slew of inactive nonprofits that may still be active, but not active with Sunbiz. So we got to make sure that that's another part of the criteria basis.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Is that it? All right, we have public comment. You got any online public comment?
I have a voicemail.
Okay. I do have an in-house, but out-of-house first. I almost said outhouse.
I would like to address one comment.
Can't hear.
Good morning.
Usually works on my phone, so I'm not sure why it's not opening. Maybe if you go to the in-house one first, and then I'll figure this out.
Really? Okay. Barbara Cruz.
Thank you. Just very quick and brief. I'm just super excited and thank you all for considering this. I'm Barbara Cruz. I'm the CEO of United Way of South Sarasota County. Any help that you can provide the nonprofits is going to be amazing. Just know this. A lot of the nonprofits, they struggle with any kind of capital request. There aren't a lot of funders out there that do capital requests like a refrigerator. Everyone wants to fund programs, right? Programs and services, which are highly needed. We love Lightspeed. They are amazing partner, but it's sometimes not enough. So anything you all can do to support initiative, and whatever it looks like, if it's this and beyond this, is going to help the nonprofit and the South County community here in Northport thrive. And again, capital requests are a big struggle for nonprofits. We have to budget, they have to budget, and a lot of times it's not in the budget. So just know that the capital requests that come our way, we can fund. As a funder of programs, that's our wheelhouse. So if there's an opportunity to help these nonprofits in a capital request, trust me, they are going to utilize it. And I also just wanted to say on the special events, probably why it's not being utilized is it takes a lot of money to put special events on. You have to have a lot of in-pocket expense to utilize, to set up a special event. So I commend you all for looking at this, and anything that you can do to support the nonprofit community is going to be helpful to all of them and those we serve here in Northport. So thank you for considering it, and great job to the city manager and his team, and Janet, who I work really closely with. They're amazing. So thank you for all the work that you do to support Northport and our community. Thank you. Thank you. And we're willing to help in any way we can. If United Way can jump in and help in any way, let us know. We're here to help.
Thank you, Barb.
Get it figured out yet?
I don't know yet. We'll see.
Uh-oh.
Can I ask a question while we're doing this? And this is just based on the public comment that was received. Instead of, and I'm just kind of spitballing here. Instead of us spinning our wheels, trying to reinvent the wheel and staff time for procurement and all that kind of stuff, is there anything, or have you considered possibly teaming up with Lightspeed and just giving them a check to let them run it as part of the city, and just say, hey, here's $15,000 to help local nonprofits only, give us a report at the end of the year. Done.
I think you may lose control on
I
part of that
I understand
to
that.
outside communities and donations
I
through
understand
different
that,
organizations.
but
That's all I'm thinking.
I think,
and it doesn't have to be Lightspeed, it could be anybody. I mean, I always go back to, I as an individual can always donate my money where I want it donated. And as a city that is using taxpayer funds, we're kind of doing something that can already be done by the private sector.
Okay, so first off, I want to give kudos to Barb, because Barb actually helped us create this administrative plan. So when we first had the initiative given to us by city manager to do this, we went out and spoke to the people that do this for a living, and that was Barb.
Can see your mic on.
That was Barbara Cruz, and then we also reached out to Gulf Coast Community Foundation, and they gave us great ideas for the administrative plan, but Barb really helped us hone it in, because we have considered that. Now, I believe that you do lose the impact and the follow-up if you do that. It's almost just giving the money to the agency, like if, we were to do that. Here's $15,000, well, we could do that then with the nonprofits that we're trying to serve now, give them a check. I think that would lose its purpose. The purpose of this program is to create that tangible connection between our nonprofit world and us.
It's relationship
The
building.
relationship part. And I really like the fact that we're integrating the strategic pillars. It's basically our mission supporting their mission, and vice versa. They're supporting us as well too. The strategic pillars that you guys have decided to instill. So I think we would lose that, and I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that, but
I appreciate you sharing that you had already considered what I was throwing at the wall, so,
Yeah,
and I appreciate the further explanation on why you didn't go that way, so thank you.
You ready?
We'll try, we're just gonna do it this way.
Morning. My name is Gloria McGarris, and I'm the driver coordinator for Northport Meals on Wheels. I would like to address my comments to today's meeting, and the agenda item is 22-3395, discussion and possible directions regarding Northport's nonprofit United program. As you know, we run Northport Meals on Wheels, and we serve clients that are elderly and homebound. Presently, we are serving 133 to 143 clients. Monday, we cook meals for 133. The money for this food comes from the clients paying $5. However, 50% of our clients cannot afford these meals. Hence, we have to look for foundation, assistance, grants, donations, collected goes right back into buying the food, preparing the food, and executing the meals. This leaves very little for our infrastructure improvement. A few months ago, we did not know the electricity was out. It was a transformer or something. Needless to say, we lost a considerable amount of food. Where could your assistance go? Helping us to get a generator. Try getting the food when it's pouring rain outside our back door. It's almost impossible. Hence, we need an awning. Come into the kitchen at 6:30 in the morning and feel the heat. The air conditioner just can't do it. Hence, we need improvements to the air conditioner. Our infrastructure improvements will help us to better be able to execute meals for our clients. Please consider Northport Meals on Wheels in a favorable light when you discuss this item. We could use your assistance. If you need further questions or answers, please give me a call. Thank you for your attention and have a good meeting.
Who was that again?
City Clerk, could you forward that to me?
Gloria, yes, I forward to everybody.
Thank you.
Gloria Majerus, Majerus.
And it's amazing how many times Meals on Wheels was said before we even heard that one. So, yes, it is thought of within our town. So, anything else, City Manager? What do you want to know now?
Well, what we'll do is we'll take this collective advice and, just tweak it around and keep going, and then we'll bring it back to you soon and say, this is what we heard, this is where we think that we can answer the questions that you still have, and we'll just keep trying, and we'll keep moving down them.
And I think some of the biggest points were to look at was monetarily, you may want to adjust whatever the pricings would be, possible numbers of the nonprofits, if you're gonna do 2,000, maybe we can do 10 or 20. If it's 750, maybe we can do, 30, depending on the numbers. Just look through it, see what the needs are in town, just how many nonprofits would benefit in town, and who could be a high number and who could be a low number on the type of helps that we could give them.
Okay.
And maybe an up to amount. I think you've heard everybody's desire. I don't think this is a failed project. I think we have everybody on board in their own way until we can come up with a solid project.
Yes, sir.
Can I assume that from everybody up here?
Yeah, to me, it's the NP squared program, but there is a grant application that sits within that program.
Keep it simple.
All right, we got 2 more items left, and we've been sitting here for 2 hours.
And my belly's growling.
I know, we're gonna take a lunch break because I know one of them could be a lengthy conversation. Well, they both could be. It's 12:55, let's, how long do y'all need? Half hour, 45 minutes?
Come back at 1:30?
1:30, come back at 1:30?
Will that work?
Good for everybody? It's done, come back at 1:30.
Video. I didn't realize I had to do that.
Come on now.
At least I remember before I got up.
Well, you would have had plenty of time. You've had 5 or 6 hours. You could have went all the way back to your. Yeah, right there.
That's exactly what would happen.
Many people in here that work in the building, I can't tell us that. Profit per day. In those years of, energy part. Yours is the heavy lifting, that's why they put you in last.
They put us last.
Pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes,
All right.
only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Great.
Appreciate
Thank you.
your time.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for tuning in, and get ready.
This is the first 1,000 Days mural. I'm a figurative artist. That's what I like to do the most, is people. And to me, any age is wonderful to do, but something about a baby. It's about nurturing, love for the pregnant woman. For the new infant, and then as the baby grows and develops and the mother's caring for the baby. This is actually closer to 3 stories.
It's beautiful. It's so joyous, it's so fun. There is so much development that goes on in that period of time that, yes, it's vitally important that we get this out to everybody. Those first 1,000 days sets the lifetime for the child. We have such a young community, so many families within 12,000 school children. It's perfect within our community.
Being able to, have everyone come by and see it and everything, it's an honor to be able to do it, and I'm just glad we were chosen. A lot of positive, a lot of people stopping by, really seeing how it's coming along and what a great job the artist has done, more than what anyone would expect. It just looks awesome.
We hope families will enjoy the mural in Northport, its vibrant colors and the sense of possibility that it inspires. At Gulf Coast, we are so proud to sponsor the mural in Northport and to use the Haddon Memorial Endowment Fund, knowing that it is dedicated to improving the quality of life for residents in Northport.
It literally takes a whole community to raise a baby. It can be tough for families with many resources. The first 1,000 Days is working to ensure equal opportunity of support and resources for all young families in our community. Really want to give a big shout out. Without the foresight of Charles and Marjorie Barancic Foundation, this wouldn't have been possible to launch First 1,000 Days. We have had robust support from other philanthropy organizations, including Sarasota Memorial Hospital Foundation, the Gulf Coast Community Foundation, the Selby Foundation, as well as Flanzer Trust and many individual donors.
All of the other businesses and organizations donating paint and supplies is just heartwarming.
We invite everyone who goes to see the mural to go home and create a sidewalk chalk mural of your own. Get out that chalk and enjoy coloring our community with the images of healthy child development.
The great message, that's the #1 thing, is that that's what people always keep remarking, is it is so upbeat, and it's, it's easy to just feel the well-being and the joy, which is what, they want to bring to everybody. I'm just really happy it's turned out really well.
collaborate and listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Damn! Rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly! When bacteria goes steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gang way. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Hello everyone, I'm Josh Taylor with the City of Northport, and we want to tell you about some big improvements to our North Report app. It's a great tool to get a lot of information from the city, but also a great tool to give some. For instance, we're right here, we have this tree that's overhanging the roadway here, blocking this street sign. If you have our app, all you have to do is take a quick picture, it'll map it for us and send it right to the right person who will fix it. We're going to report an issue. Look for the type of incident that it is. Tree vegetation, road obstruction. Take a photo. You can see that the tree is right in front of that sign. Click on it. Use the photo. Put a little note. Tree in front of sign. You can post anonymously or as yourself, submit, complete. That's simple. Goes right to all the right people. You don't have to call, figure out who you need to deal with. And then there's a list. You can come back and check. Everybody else can see that it's been submitted so they know that their neighbor's already done it. And it goes right to them.
gosh, this is gonna be great!
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row Tree City. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. how our trucks work, we have two different type of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued, to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations. Good morning, Northport. My name is David Jaro. I'm the city arborist. Today I'm going to show you how to measure a tree's diameter at breast height, or DBH. So you begin by measuring from the ground up at 54 inches, or 4.5 feet. So for me, that's right at my chest plate. So I can usually just walk up to a tree and put it right up. So today I'm using arbor tape. I'll show you two different ways. One with arbor tape that converts circumference to diameter, and then I'll also show you with a regular tape measure. And in this case, this tree is 21 inches diameter. Now the other method of doing this, which is probably more for typical homeowners, is everyone's got a tape measure in their garage. I got 67 inches in circumference. So now we just have to convert that to diameter. And to do that, you're going to want to pull out a calculator. Take the circumference and divide by pi, which is 3.14. So I got 67 divided by 3.14, and I got 21 inches.
Hi, I'm Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this would be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience,
Yes.
for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here.
Absolutely.
So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season?
Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should. Making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training. Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare just like anybody else to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power, you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies. That can certainly happen. So now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now is a good time to go out and get what you need. Now is a good time to do the planning, because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis, because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you can go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up. Some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax week. Maybe it's a whole week. Is it
a whole week.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what? For maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different,
Sure.
but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms. Kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. You know, when is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. You know, all of our social media, all of these channels, you know, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is to, a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show.
All right, we're at 1:30 here. We're back. Everybody's back again except for Vice Mayor Langdon. She shall be returning shortly. And we are moving on to 22-3429. And City Manager, once again, you're on the bubble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item, let me read the title. Discussion and possible direction regarding the Growing Our Own District / Good Neighbor program. There's some similar characteristics to the one we just discussed where, you know, again, we're asking for something that is new to be started, and ideally we would like for it to have a consensus of how we move forward, meaning that if we need to still tweak it and answer questions, that's fine. If we don't and it's agreed not to do it, then, you know, that's fine too. But whatever the consensus is what we're trying to look for. We do have a short presentation to show, and as it gets started, you will see, and thanks to Parks and Rec for the creation of the PowerPoint. They do such a good job with graphics and how they present information. I borrowed their talent in order to get this one done, so thanks in advance. So the Good Neighbor Program, as we go, we want to strengthen the community engagement in neighborhoods and districts of the city by promoting community service through volunteerism. This includes organizing and mobilizing volunteers to support critical community-wide needs throughout the city. When we talk about that purpose, that's something that I think we can do better through all of our neighborhoods and all of our districts. Using the districts, ideally, I think the thought process was using the neighborhoods, but not everyone identifies with the neighborhood, or they know probably the specifics of the neighborhood if they're not like in an HOA. So we didn't want people to feel like they were isolated. So the thought process was using the districts, which everyone can sort of relate to, and we can pinpoint for certainty as we separate out the different ways to connect ourselves to each other. All right, next slide, please. All right, so this is the vision that we created and came up with in the beginning. This offers a chance for staff and neighbors to provide help to those people in need. As we start talking about, we said a little bit about this earlier, we all know our neighbors have different needs at different times. Some of them might be in town, out of town, but if we can connect ourselves in a better way, then I think that we can actually know our needs faster than we would any other way. Yes, ma'am.
Ask questions as you go along, or wait until after you?
I don't think it's very long. I think it's like 7 slides. If you let me get through, I can circle back to any slides you would like. So helping our community with services that may not otherwise be provided. You think about those neighbors who are in need of just some immediate services, where you can have a neighbor who has the ability to cut someone's grass or provide something that they don't have in such a quick manner. That's the value of the program. Each commissioner, we knew originally that we recognize that you all represent all 5 districts. That is not to be denied or even questioned, but each of you were also selected from the district in which you reside, and that was the purpose of trying to single you down to one individual district as a representative. And again, the feedback and conversation about that is up for debate of how you feel about that. But as long as we come together at some point and say, hey, look, if we want to represent all 5 and each one helps with all 5, then whatever you decide upon is how we will go with it.
1 second, City Manager. It's 1:34 and Vice Mayor Langdon has arrived.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Continue.
Next slide, yes. All right, so if you remember, there was a Nice Guys program that was in this city where it really had a very similar theme to it, where staff prepared and they helped and they volunteered and they went out and did different activities throughout the city. This program is more organizing volunteers throughout the community to help and organize. Not saying that staff would not support it as well. I think that you open all your options up and you put staff out there if they want to be out there. You don't single them out or you don't exclude them. And I think the more that we cast a wide net, the better responses we will get. Fostering safety and security, for example, would increase awareness of the North Report app that can help resolve potential community issues before they escalate. The premise there is we talked about something earlier, and it was right on top of my head, but we talked about something earlier, and I was like, the more we can sort of create energy amongst our community, that's how the word gets spread. That's how people start talking about things that we need and things that we want to get done. And you just bring them together as frequent as you can, and it just helps spread the word, because word of mouth is going to be the fastest spreading thing that we have as it relates to our programs that we want people to take advantage of or join into. Yes, ma'am. Volunteers, we were prepared to recruit volunteers who were, they would roll up their sleeves and we would get a lead volunteer. We had staff who was going to just organize them in a way that you would have, 5 different lead volunteers that would help coordinate the calendars of the activities, sort of poll the different districts and say, what do we want to do this month? What's going on this week? And then sort of just getting everyone together via communication electronically so that people could stay in touch with each other. It really wasn't a matter of everyone doing the exact same thing, because you're different districts have different needs, and I don't think that you should all try to do the exact same thing. My vision and idea was that there would be friendly different things going on at different times, and once you see someone else doing something, it may trigger you to do something in your district. But if that's not the vision of the board, then we don't want to do that. They definitely don't want to do this in a way that creates anything other than positive energy for us all to sort of work together in different activities, recognizing that we all can't be at everything all at the same time, which is why I think having all 5 over each district might be a little challenging. But I talked about matching T-shirts. No, you're fine. You're good. I talked about matching T-shirts because I thought that it would be good to show some unity within a district, to show, because I believe that there's going to be a good amount of our community that's going to want to say, hey, look at District X and look how strong we are, and look at what we do, and look at how engaged we are, and look at how we're trying to better our community. Now I remember what it was, the board participation, our advisory board participation. You want to get people on your advisory board. A good springboard is for those who just start to come out and learn and participate in their own districts. The next progressional step would be for an advisory board serving the entire city. So it was just one of those things that I think could lead to a lot of different inclusion of our residents. So, okay, activities not predetermined, potential activities. We talked about neighborhood cleanup, supporting those in crisis, cookouts, block parties, etc. Safety guidelines and goals would be established. Next slide, please. Comparable programs. This was said with the last program. We didn't invent the wheel on the last program. We definitely didn't invent the wheel on this program. So here are some other ones that have done this in other areas, and not even including the Nice Guys program that I mentioned earlier that was done here in this city a few years ago. But it's not totally innovative or new to the world. It's just new to Northport. It's just different than what we were doing before. So that's the premise, and that's what we're inviting you to, is just to think and say, hey, is this something we want to do, or is this something we don't want to do? But I think that if we do it right and we do it together, it could be very valuable for our community. And that was the last slide. And yes, ma'am.
I've seen where they had Dothan, Alabama. That's close to where I went to basic training.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Luke, you're first.
Thank you. Even in the presentation, what I'm seeing over and over and over and over is neighborhood. My biggest hurdle with this is that it's districts. And I mean, I've talked to others, and it's a neighborhood type of thing, a community smaller than that district. And when you're focusing the commissioner with the district, I think it's bringing in an element that doesn't need to be there. I mean, to me, the commissioner can go to the various neighborhoods or communities or whatever, but I would rather see it focus on the neighborhoods, the communities, rather than the district. If you're going to have 5 staff members head up a district as, being a leader, they could, I guess, kind of summarize the various communities, but you're going to have communities in a district that aren't going to want to do anything. You got HOAs that already do stuff in other districts. So personally, I'd rather see it brought down to the neighborhood level rather than 5 teams of being districts.
I thought I was told when I first got here that everyone didn't associate with the neighborhood. I thought that was clearly stated that.
We don't have neighborhoods out east. We have walled communities, but then there's everybody else in a big lump. There are no communities outside of the gated.
Well, there are actually 76 different communities.
Everybody's got a neighborhood, but nobody knows what their neighborhood
Exactly.
is.
I thought that's
And
what I
I
was
don't know. But we were working on that.
I do.
Right. So
But we were working on that,
Right.
trying to bring that. We even had a grant that went trying to look at the older 5 areas, because there's not them, that is listed in a neighborhood or, HOA or something like that. So we were working toward that, putting it in the neighborhoods strengthens what we started 5 years ago. Instead of switching it over to the district, it allows those neighborhoods to know somebody that I can bring up, and hopefully I'm not embarrassing her, but Stephanie Gibson was like, oh my goodness, I didn't know that was my neighborhood. I mean, she lives over in that direction. They didn't realize. So to me, to allow them to see their neighborhood, feel that, camaraderie with their neighborhood is far better at that level than going into this massive district and associating it with one commissioner. I would rather see the neighborhoods.
And you said earlier that you were moving in that direction of identifying the neighborhoods?
We were.
We as a commission, or we as a city?
They've put little nameplates on top of the street names. They put little neighborhood names on top of the street names, yes. In 5 areas of the city, mostly in Pete's area.
Oh, okay.
In Mayor's district, I apologize.
No, that's fine.
I apologize.
Yeah.
But it was, you go back to 2017, and there was we had meetings with the people, in the neighborhood, and I think Chuck was involved in some of the decisions that was going on, but it was to enhance the neighborhoods and make people feel as though they were part of that community. And so this could enhance what we were already doing if we leave it neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with neighborhoods. I think neighborhoods makes it a little bit more intimate than having the larger one. I just remember that I heard that everyone does not associate with a neighborhood. So maybe there's a education component as well. And Commissioner McGrath said she doesn't.
Back in the day when we did the Nice Guys, it was like basically we had some shut-in people that couldn't afford to fix certain things around their houses. And we got with social services, and that's where the Nice Guys came in, and everybody at the city volunteered their labor. We had our inspectors, like if we had building inspectors, they would go to Home Depot, and Home Depot would donate so many gallons of paint. Right. We would get plants, and as a group, we broke up into teams and went out there. We got our information from social services saying these are the most neediest individuals out there, and then we got like 10 people to choose from, and then there was a little subcommittee that chose the most important ones, because we had one lady had no relatives, nobody to turn to, and I think she was the one that needed her house painted. So her house got painted. Another one needed landscaping, so they got it cleaned up and then landscaping. But I think what you're trying to do here, other than that, is bond the communities together to where the neighborhoods sounds like the right way to go, but also get into a neighborhood park and maybe have like a cook-off and festivals and games or whatever for children and adult to come out, and they're actually going to meet their neighbor while they're having a free hamburger and hot dog.
That's the benefit.
Because I don't know all of my neighbors in my area. I know the ones next to me on both sides, and that's about it. Because we don't get out and about just associating with neighbors. Everybody's busy.
Right.
So now if we had a thing going on down at Highland Ridge Park, let's all go down there. I might meet 5-10 new neighbors that are right close to me.
Well, and that sounds good, and I don't have a problem with bringing back the next iteration of what the neighborhood model would look like. Did I hear you say there's 70 neighborhoods?
I believe it's 76.
Yeah, which is a lot. I mean, that's gonna be a lot, and especially if you identify.
Can I weigh in real quick for the commissioners that aren't aware? On the comp plan, there's the city of Northport, and there's like a little grid and little boxes, and each one of those boxes has a number. And that area, the number then associates with what that name of the neighborhood is.
There's a map.
There's a big map, and each one of those neighborhoods, you can kind of see the boundaries of that neighborhood. But most people, and I feel like I'm a broken record, don't refer to it as that name. They refer to it as Hey, I'm from Northport. Really? Whereabouts? Oh, Cranberry and Price. Oh, I'm over at Chamberlain and Hillsborough. That's how people identify their neighborhood, is basically the street names, not the little map names, because there's like 70 of them, and we were supposed to be revisiting that.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's really only
If
because
if
they don't
you look
know.
on that,
Exactly,
Vice Mayor, if you
because
look on
there's
the
so
map,
many of them.
Well, we
your
went
last
through
name
the
is
same thing.
Egypt on there, and there's a few in front of it, though.
Well, we went through the
Where you
same thing
looking?
with our activity centers. We were going Activity Center 1, Activity Center 6, but they all have names. And we had to educate ourselves, you know, to say Mediterranean or
That's 8
Panacea.
or 9 versus 76. And you would,
Exactly, but it's still the same mentality. And so we were trying to get this community feel within these neighborhoods. COVID came and some other, well, COVID and lack of funds. But
Are all 70 neighborhoods have names to them?
yes. So if I was even talking with you and I said, oh, I'm from Northport, whereabouts? Oh, the Gardens. And you'd go, where's that? And then I'd say, well, what area are you in? You're gonna say, I'm at Toledo, Blade and Price.
Right.
Well, where's the Gardens? So then I have to explain that. And it goes right back to Cranberry and Price.
Well, that's only because people don't know, and I think this is a stepping stone to get people to understand they do live in a neighborhood. It does have a name. I mentioned this before, there's that app Nextdoor that when you go on there, that's when I first realized where I lived, because it has identified sections of the city according to those comp plan names, and that you're in the Gardens or something like that. And this is a way to bring cohesiveness. If people can identify with their actual neighborhood and not a geographical location, I'm at the corner of Cranberry and Price or something, that they actually will know where they're living. And yes, we're not going to get buy-in from every single neighborhood, but we have to start somewhere, and then this is going to grow. At least if you get someone, and I think the districts is just a natural way to organize it, rather than saying, okay, as a commissioner, you have 76 neighborhoods that maybe, no, I'd rather be limited to one section and see where it goes from there. And if you start working with one neighborhood, then another one will say, hey, I'd like to be involved. And I think you mentioned the name neighborhood ambassador. You know, I'll be up north, I think they call them block captains or something like that. And this is something that I did for years. I organized neighborhood Easter egg hunts and Halloween trick-or-treat type things. And
I need to move to her neighborhood.
You could be the block captain.
You know, and the other blocks were saying, oh, how come we don't get that? Because I can't afford to do that for the whole neighborhood. But if you got somebody from that block to say, hey, I'll do that. How do you do it? Because that's what most people just need is direction.
I think I'm Atwater, Germany. That's what I am on Nextdoor.
Plan.
Okay.
We're referenced.
All right.
Map 2, I think it is.
Yeah. She's got a really good map here that has all the numbers and the neighborhoods on it, which would be probably something we would need to promote first. To let people know where they are and where they fall on the map. And if you were a commissioner of a district, you would know, these 12 neighborhoods fall underneath, my district. And then you could probably do both now that I think about it.
Well, I'm saying this is how this would work together,
That
so
has all the
people could
info
learn
to
where
all
they're
us.
living
Right.
Or
and
through
identify
city
with the
manager, however
neighborhood.
that's
And then you
worked.
identify
I'd
a
like to see
neighborhood
it.
ambassador based on.
Exactly, right. And as she said, you start with one neighborhood. As he mentioned, you have a neighborhood get together at a park. You meet your neighbors, present the program, who would like to be captain.
But even that is kind of limited, and I know the
No,
mayor's
look at
talking
it.
about that
I
because he
doubt it.
lives in an area that has neighborhood parks, but some of us live in
Don't.
areas that don't have any parks by us, so, there's other ways you have to bring people together. And also, at Halloween, every kid goes over to Plantation, I think we all know that, and, right? Yeah, and
I thought they came to my neighborhood.
and they set up tables, and the kids go actual trick-or-treating with, the tables are at the end of the driveway. But that's because that's an HOA. They can organize it through their HOA system. And when you have neighborhoods like we live in, there's no organized system to do that, other than going around, knocking on people's doors and saying, hey, you know, do you want to do something for trick or treat? And again, this program would give you that opportunity to do that. And I just want to say off the bat, I'm not saying I'm not in favor of it, but I'm not interested in painting or mowing somebody's grass.
That was the old.
I want to get that out there because I keep hearing that, and no, that's not.
That was the old regime on what we decided we wanted to do as volunteers and expertise.
Right.
This, I believe, is a different concept.
Good.
Well, also too, it's a good thing it was an old program, because you try to do it nowadays, you have so much legal. I know Phil said his community tried to do something like that. Immediately his attorney said, no way. Because when you go on somebody else's property and start doing something and you're tied to an entity, you are a lawsuit waiting to happen if somebody falls off the ladder. Now, if you gather in the park and you talk and you've had trick or treat and you see neighbor so-and-so needs something done, you can go over as a good neighbor.
This gives you that opportunity. If somebody says, hey, I really can use somebody to bring up my garbage can because I'm not going to be around, which is what I do a lot, but that gives you that chance to say that and help everybody, you know, come together. Right.
And just to add on to it, it was the old part of Northport off of Biscayne and back in there, and it happened to be one was on this road, one was on this road.
Right.
And they were very, I don't want to say really dilapidated buildings, but they needed help, and the people just couldn't do it.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I'm with Commissioner White. There's no way I'm going out and helping somebody cut grass.
No.
I mean, that to me is something that I would do for my immediate neighbor. That is something I would do for my neighbor across the street. But guess what? I don't need to have the city tell me that, hey, the neighbor across the street needs their grass cut, because I'm gonna go do it anyways. It's not, to me, that's not what this is. If we're looking to engage a community, I love everything that Parks and Rec does citywide. And we are one city. We want to bring people to our city and meet their neighbors at these kind of functions. Maybe what we could do is have events at different parks. I know we did Park Rec on Wheels, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But guess what? I don't have one park in my district. You probably only have Atwater. I have Atwater. Okay, I don't have any parks in my district. So there's no meeting places for me in my district. All right, so how do you get past that? I don't know. I want to focus on having as many opportunities for people to meet and gather citywide and meet our neighbors, not just my neighbors on my street, not just my neighbors in a 2 or 3 block area. Citywide. I know the neighbors on my street. I'm probably a rare breed. I say hi to all my neighbors. I know not what's going on with them, but I could tell when somebody's out of town. We've gone and cut grass for them. And I didn't need the city to advise me of that. The idea of the trick-or-treating in a neighborhood, that can be done with somebody who lives on that block and says, hey, we're gonna have a little block party. We can do that.
But the city wouldn't be advising you in this example of whose grass needs to be cut. You would be coming together in this same collision space with your neighbors, and as you got to know them, you said you cut grass for, you know, the people who you know in your close proximity. But what if there was someone you met at this neighborhood gathering that lives 2 streets behind you who you didn't know who needed their grass cut? And you're like, okay, well, now that I know Betty, and Betty's going up north for 3 months, and she asked me to cut her grass, I would cut her grass too. You would have that opportunity. Now, I don't know how many parks do we have. How many parks do we have in the city? I thought we had a lot. How many?
28.
Most of our pocket parks are east of Sumter.
All right.
I'm sorry, west of Sumter.
Okay.
Most of the pocket parks are west of Sumter. You have a few little scattered. My district does not have any parks in it.
We need to fix that.
We need to not only fix that for my district, we need to fix that for the east end of town.
We have 28 parks and have a district without a park.
Because they were rezoned for residential. All those 5-acre parcels that were when general development went under, yeah, they were.
They were.
They were rezoned as residential or
residential.
commercial,
And then
depending
so-
on where they might have been.
Yeah.
Can you put this on your to-do list? Put a park in District 3? Done. Thank you.
Good luck finding one, it's all residential.
Right, we'll,
Otherwise,
all
you're gonna
residential.
shut down a street and have a block party, you know, if you don't have a park.
But see, if you even shut down a street and have a block party, again, that's the immediate neighborhood, that's not the whole district.
But it gives you a stepping
like a,
point that, hey, we're having a block party, we
Here.
can do that? Yes, you can. I'll help you get that, go through the system that, because we allow that. We do have that provision that you can do block parties in your neighborhoods.
What
But-
is the process to do a block party? Because I've lived here 30 years and I don't think there has been a formal block party, shut down the street and host a block party in the city.
It is, because when they do that trunk or treat on estates, that's the first thing that I think they applied
That
for.
was just a couple years ago, and that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if I wanted to have a block party on my street, and I wanted to block off Ronald between Escobar and Zorotoa, what will happen? I guarantee you it's not gonna be allowed, because the fire and the police will not be allowed to access any of the other streets in that neighborhood.
how about this?
How about
How about we go do some research on the neighborhoods, the names, the block party, the parks, and sort of bring back some more information that would show you exactly what some possibilities might look like as we sort of drill a little bit deeper. Because
Yeah,
then that will give
because
you more information to sort
I've
of
had many
make your-
I've had many citizens say, hey, how come we don't have block parties? And the first thing that comes to my mind is first responders can't get through, and they're not gonna allow the city streets to be blocked off, because our streets are so interconnected.
Okay, all right, we'll keep drilling down on this.
I want to pipe up. I'm
Oh.
sorry I had to leave for a few minutes. Occasionally, I have a phone call I have to make. But I really loved the idea, and whether it's neighborhoods or districts isn't as important to me as it is helping people know their neighbors. And one of the things I've heard is that, we tend to know our neighbors on either side and across the street. I'm a dog walker, so I have a little bigger area. But when I talk to my neighbors, they're always saying, I don't know this one, I don't know that one. So I see the big opportunity of this is bringing folks in a limited geographic area, however you want to define that is irrelevant. It's more important that you get people together and build spirit for the city, and let the people determine what they want to do. Maybe it's painting a house, maybe it's having a Halloween party.
Or decorating, the
Whatever,
things, yeah.
we could, stimulate the conversation by having ideas. And there are places to get people together. It doesn't have to be a park. It can maybe be a fire station, Chief.
Don't have one of those in my district either.
Well, we'll find something. Find something.
My backyard.
Yeah. Yeah, someone's backyard.
I've already had backyard jams.
Not in T3, I don't.
Nope. What is in your area?
All houses.
My piano
There's one
teacher
little area
would
that's
always
without
say to me, is Barbara, where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
When I said there was no time to practice. So where there's a will, there's a way. If you want to do it, you figure it out.
But see, that's the other thing, if I want to do it, I as a commissioner, I don't need to probably go through the city. I hold town halls all the time, I hold classes all the time. If I want to hold a little meet and greet barbecue thing and potluck, all I gotta do is say, hey, let's meet here, bring something to share, you know?
I think the component, though, is also, I'm not just thinking of this as I would be the only one organizing this.
Right.
I see it as ability to empower people in their neighborhoods to say,
Right.
That's correct.
hey,
Right.
what about this? I brought this out. This is in our Florida League of Cities thing. You know, they had a 4th of July decorating contest. Yeah, if somebody said, you know, I'd really would like to, why don't we see if we can get people to decorate for 4th of July? Great idea. I'm going to put you in charge, but I'm going to help you. We can get it on the city, you know, social media, whatever type thing. And that's what I see this is enabling people to take charge themselves where they live and not depending on just, your commissioners or Parks and Rec. And the Parks and Rec events are great, but again, that brings people in from all over the city. I don't know who these people are, and then they go back to their places. I want to know, like you said, who lives on the block next to me, you know? I walk around, I walk up to people and welcome them in my neighborhood, but when I talk to my neighbors, I said, did you know that house on Mokina sold? No. I mean, they don't know anything what's going on. And this I could see as an opportunity for more people to say, hey, I'm going to do that and walk around and just see what's going on.
And I think that it's a great opportunity to maybe the culmination of this thing, invite everyone who participated to City Green for a food truck festival or whatever as sort of a thank you, and we get to meet each other. And
I've already done that. I've already had the Mr. Ed, you know, Mr. Ed's ice cream. I've already had him come to my neighborhood and bought ice cream for the kids. I didn't need to have any permit for that, so just come over. I'm going to treat everybody. And if anybody wants to do that in my neighborhood, then they would say, okay, I can do that. Because some people say, hey, are you allowed to do that? That's what they always ask. And I said, well, I always ask for forgiveness rather than ask permission, okay? That's my thing. But I just wanted to bring
it. It doesn't always go so well, I'm telling you.
I know, but that's been my mantra. Even as a teacher, I was like, oh, I didn't know I couldn't do that, I'm sorry, okay? But this is from 2006. Neighbors don't know neighbors. So, you know, we're talking a long time. We've been talking about in Northport, the lack of cohesiveness.
We're so transient.
And it says, no established downtown area, Northport lacks a central area to bring people together. And so we're still, and here we are, 16 years later, and we still don't have this. I'd like to see us make a start to get people to come together.
To me, it's what you were talking about, going back, looking at the neighborhoods, because it needs to be a continuation of what we started 5 years ago. Getting that sense of community. But I can envision neighborhoods decorating for Halloween, the way they do Christmas, the paper goes out, and then that competition of one neighborhood versus another for decoration. And I mean, you could gather at City Hall to give an award to whoever decorated the most for the holiday or that, you know, so.
It doesn't have to be a competition. We
No.
can do
Right.
a reward ceremony for the most active block.
Participants, exactly, you know, anything along those lines.
Right.
But to me, it needs to go to the grassroots of the neighborhood. And let them learn, educate the neighborhood, and then grow from there.
Go ahead.
I just have, if this is going to be a city thing and the information that you're gonna be bringing back, and if this is gonna be like a city program, we really need to make sure Risk is on board, because man alive, we don't wanna be starting something and then having Risk or city attorney's office go, oh, this is giving me heartburn.
No, Risk, legal, they'll all sign off on whatever is decided. Even as we brainstorm our way through this, they're always the final checkpoints of before implementation.
Thank you.
I guess I'll voice this. I don't see where this should be a cost to the city. We've got a special event grant program. We just talked about MP Squared, you know, grant program. I think this Good Neighbor program can be blank, you know, no cost to the city.
What about commissioner contingency fund?
Yeah, who's gonna buy the hot dogs?
For what?
If we had a cookout in one of the parks.
If that's what you decided to do, then you'd have to figure that out.
Yeah, well, or they could each contribute too. It doesn't have to come out of the city. I mean, the neighbors could do it one for another. But if you're gonna be involving staff to any degree, you're gonna have to pay them. So, I mean, that part needs to be looked into, Risk and HR legal. I mean, it's not what it was back in the good old day when the staff is stepping up because it's a city program. You're gonna have to, make sure you're doing it legally.
And if staff is involved, I am always cautious of the perception that I'm giving them direction. If I'm gonna have a block party and staff is gonna help me set up barricades or whatever it is that staff would help with, whatever that looks like, I don't want it to appear that a commissioner is giving staff any type of direction, because that'll land me in hot water, any other commissioner, and potentially get the staffer in trouble.
I so don't get that.
It just is.
When rules and regulations hang us up from doing the right thing, we've got a problem. So we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
That's what's on the books now, and we gotta figure out how to change that. But I think it goes back to, you have to probably find out what started that rule to be in place now. There was probably a good reason that, no, you can't give staff directions.
I'd rather say, this is where we want to go, how do we get there? And how do we do it?
I mean, that is the form of government that we have. You don't change that rule. He just gives permission to the staff to work with the commissioner, period.
And it's bounded, and these are the kinds of things you can do. And
it's not as though you're telling them to do something within
city business.
City Hall here.
Right.
This is a gathering, but it would rest upon him giving permission to staff. But again, make sure you're not gonna have to pay that staff.
I got it.
Totally confused now, sir?
No. Good conversation, great feedback, love all of it. Let us take this back to the drawing board. We'll come back in some time and give you guys some structure of what this will look like. Because there's also a communication strategy that have to go out, to let people know, how to find which neighborhood they're in. And, you could do a little communication teaser, like, do you know which neighborhood you live in? And then have them link to a website, and then they find their house on the website. And, there's different ways to do it. I don't think we can throw all of this at them at once, where we say, find your neighborhood, sign up, and all at one time would be a little bit overwhelming. So we'll come back up with a plan.
You might wanna re-examine the name of it too. I mean, Good Neighbor Program or something with community neighbor, something like that, to me is a far better name than using district. May end up, the neighborhoods within the district may end up that, but when you start out with it, I'd rather see it be communities, the neighborhoods, that level, that intimate level.
Just to let you know, city clerk has already forwarded the neighborhood map that I showed city manager and vice mayor.
Thank you.
It's, I think, the second one on the, I'm not sure.
All right, you ready to move on, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. 22-3438. And again, city manager, you can bring us home for the end of the day. The last one's yours.
All right, last but not least. This is discussion and direction regarding Unified Land Development Code update, anticipated timeline and incorporation of affordable housing incentives. I am joined by our planning manager, Ms. Lori Barnes. I do know that we've had some one-on-ones with all of the commission this past week to share some information, so we'll be building on that as we go through, I believe, a presentation, if I'm not mistaken.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lori Barnes, Planning and Zoning Manager. We're going to start this item with a presentation by Katie Woolner. She's one of our Planner 3s, and she is tasked primarily with working on the ULDC rewrites and getting this wrapped up for the commission in an expeditious manner.
You said Katie?
Katie.
We love you.
Yes. And then following Katie's presentation, I want to have a brief conversation about affordable housing initiatives and get some direction from the commission in that regard.
Can we have that discussion? I didn't see that, I didn't see that on the agenda.
It is on the agenda.
Is it?
It is on the agenda.
Oh, I didn't see anything then in the backup about it. Okay, cool.
So good afternoon. For the record, my name is Katie Wellner, and I am a planner 30 with the City of Northport. I started in April, so I'm still pretty new. So this presentation is going to discuss the history, the future tasks, revised format and timeline for the ULDC update. To say that the ULDC update has been lingering overhead for a while is a bit of an understatement, but we've made a lot of progress. Since 2015, the Planning Department, city staff, commission, and a few consultants have worked really hard to put together a modern, readable, and organized Unified Land Development Code. And I'm here to tell you that we're getting close. So, commission has been part of numerous draft workshops for the existing drafts. Planning staff is using those drafts to move the ULDC update process forward. And as you can see, we've done a lot of work. There's been constant workshops, meetings, revisions since 2015. So what's next? How are we moving forward? So planning staff has 4 major tasks to complete before the new ULDC can move forward. The first is revisions and reorganization of the existing draft chapters. A lot of really hard work has gone into the ULDC drafts by staff, by Monica, by a ton of other consultants, by you guys. We're not trying to negate all of the work that's been done over the last few years, but the drafts need some additional edits and some reorganizations, which I'll talk about in a moment. So the second task is to incorporate recent land use law, case law into the drafts because the ULDC update has taken so long. There's been a few Supreme Court cases that are going to dictate some of our regulations. So we need to make sure that the drafts are tweaked to be able to reflect the most recent case law. The third is to update the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. So this element is the most related to the zoning regulations. The comprehensive plan as a whole applies to all portions of the Unified Land Development Code. However, the future land use element is the one that most directly relates or translates into our zoning districts. And so in order to incorporate all of the things that we want to incorporate into the ULDC update, which we've been talking about for the last 6 years, or 7 years at this point, there's going to have to be some tweaks to that future land use element as well. So we can't adopt a ULDC that's not consistent with the comprehensive plan, so we know that that's going to be part of this process as well. And then finally, we're going to have to update the zoning map. The proposed ULDC will probably include some new zoning districts, and some will only be changes to the name of the district, but some may also have some substantive changes as well. So we realize that this is going to be something that's going to have to take place in the next year or so, along with all of the draft updates.
Yay.
So one of the major goals with the ULDC update is to create a document that's easy to understand with intuitive organization. Our current document is anything but intuitive. The reorganization that we're proposing would create 5 chapters. You would have the first chapter, general provisions, chapter 2, development review, chapter 3, zoning, chapter 4, site development, chapter 5, resource protection, and then an appendix that would hold all of the definitions that would apply to all of the chapters. The idea with this is that if you have a question about a property and you look up your zoning, you go straight to the zoning chapter. Everything you need is in the zoning chapter. If you need to do a rezone or something else to make whatever you're trying to do possible, you look at the development review chapter because that is its development review or the different application types, and all of them are there. So the idea is to make it very easy for whomever is trying to do any type of development to understand. So we want to make sure that not only us as staff understands it or the city understands it, but that the average citizen will also understand it as well. So like I was saying, the general provisions chapter would include all of the legal and logistical requirements of the code. So all of that would be housed in one place. The development review chapter will house all of the application types, the application requirements, the decision maker descriptions, all of that information that is pertinent to development review. The zoning chapter would house all of the zoning regulations and includes primary and accessory uses, dimensional standards, density and intensity allowances, and others. Site development would house all of the site development standards such as buffers, landscaping, and parking. So instead of having to look in the different zoning districts for whatever the buffer might be. You have a whole chapter on buffers, and you just look it up in that one chapter. The same with landscaping or with parking. Instead of having to look in the different areas, there would be one place to find all of the regulations for parking. And resource protection includes all of the environmental and archaeological requirements. The definitions will be housed in the appendix and will apply to all of the chapters in the ULDC, so we won't have conflicting definitions in different chapters, which we have now. So the idea is to create one spot with consistent definitions that'll apply throughout the ULDC. So with all that being said, staff is hoping to have a completely updated ULDC by this time next year. The slide on the screen shows the anticipated workshop dates for the different chapters of the ULDC. I'll reiterate that these are anticipated dates, so they might change, but we're confident that the update can be completed by this time next year. Staff made this presentation to PZAB last week, and they were really excited about having separate workshops from commission. Not that they don't love y'all or anything, but they really wanted to have their own say in what was going into the ULDC drafts. So we're anticipating that some additional meetings, perhaps with both PZAB and commission, are going to be required, and we'll add those in as needed. There has been really clear direction over the years as what to include in the revised ULDC, so our intent is to finish the update. Like, that is our goal at this point, is to get the draft done and get it in front of you guys so that we can move forward and start, implementing it. Staff also anticipates that there will be edits to each draft after each workshop, so we're planning to recap changes of the previous draft before the presentation of the next chapter at the workshops. Again, we want to make sure that we can roll it forward. So we want to do the highlights of the things that you've asked for as far as changes for each chapter. We want to make sure that we hit those. And when we go into the next chapter, so edits for chapter 1, we'll have our workshop with you guys. We'll make those edits, and then before we go over chapter 2, we'll go over the edits that we made before we go into the introduction of chapter 2. Once we get closer to the final combined draft, we'll probably schedule some additional workshops to look at the whole thing together. But the idea with breaking it into the chapters is to give it to you guys in understandable chunks, so that you're not overwhelmed with 200 pages of regulations, because that's overwhelming for everyone. Adoption will probably happen in 2 phases, so we have to, again, update the future land use element. We're looking at adoption and probably some workshops on that late summer of 2023, and once that is adopted, it would be effective immediately. And then we're looking at the adoption and effective date of the Unified Land Development Code. Most likely, we're looking at about a year from now for the ULDC in its entirety. And we would probably propose it go into effect about 90 days after adoption, just so that there's some buffer to get the development community on board with all of the changes, and make sure that staff is good to go with all of the changes. So we're anticipating some buffer, and even with the 90 days after adoption, I think that puts us at like November next year. There's some built-in buffer there for extra time as well. So we're hoping that by January 1st, 2024, we'll have fully adopted land development code. So at that, I'm going to stop my presentation there, and I'm happy to answer questions at this time, as is Lori.
Commissioner McDowell?
All right. I'm debating whether I should just read my prepared statement and then go into my questions. And I think that's what I'm going to do, so that way then everybody understands where I'm coming from. All right. I'm sure you have all been aware that this ULDC was completely revised in June of 2010, 5 short years later. the new ULDC rewrite was started, 5 years. Since 2015, we've seen many new commissioners, many new staff, charter officers take on this task. We had two different consultants, new timelines and plans were presented to rewrite this to completion. Many subject matter experts have their hands in this project, and yet 7 years later, we're still spinning our wheels with this daunting, expensive, and time-consuming chore. This is beyond deja vu for me. Yet here we are today with another timeline and plan to get the ULDC rewrite completed. How do we assure our citizens, our developers, our community, and each other that this time will be different? This is exhausting for everyone. I pray each of us sitting here today are committed to producing a ULDC that is functioning document so future staff, future commissioners, future charter officers, citizens, and developers never have to go through a massive rewrite ever again. This is where my first question comes in. I must ask, is this aggressive timeline fair to staff to draft all of the necessary chapters, give the attorneys, PZAB, and commission time to realistically review and complete up until the adoption process? After all, this time we're adding a comp plan change to the whole mix. I pray that we are going to do this right, not rush through it. Let's make sure this timeline is realistic and matches expectations. Otherwise, we're going to be right back here in a year to regroup again, or worse, 5 years after adoption, a future commission is going to start the whole ULDC rewrite 2.0. We have got to get this right. And 1 year after all of this time so far seems very short. And it's a huge undertaking. And on paper, it looks wonderful. Yay, we're going to have the ULDC done in a year. Been down this road. And I want to make sure it's realistic. So that is my first and foremost primary question. Is this really realistic to get to completion?
So I believe in the past, I'll reword that. I don't think in the past that we have had one staff person in planning and zoning dedicated to writing the ULDC, where that has been the only thing that they have done. I came in April. The only thing that I've done so far is write code. So we as the planning department have 3 of the 5 chapters basically written at this point. So I understand your concern. When I created the timeline, I took into account review time for other departments and for us, and drafting time, and I really laid out all of the different steps that it would take for each chapter to get to a final point, and then time to be able to edit it at the end when we combine all of the chapters together. And I really think, I know that the timeline is aggressive, but I think that it's doable.
And I'd just like to add to that, we did present an aggressive timeline, and we do believe that barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can stick to the schedule provided. So much of the work has already been done through rewrites, workshops with the commission. We are repackaging what's been completed before us in a format that is intuitive, that is more easily understandable. And we're proposing some additions to further the initiatives that the commission has already established as far as economic development, as far as affordable housing. So we're building on what's already been done, and we're repackaging it to result in a better product at the end.
Okay, so I appreciate all that. I have full faith that it can be done. I just really and truly hope that this is the last time we're revisiting this. And I have faith you guys are gonna be able to get it done. One caveat is the consultant that we hired to write this code, to do this ULDC a couple years ago, now is like done. However, they're supposed to be doing legal review. Have they bought in and agreed to this timeline? Because we've already done a budget amendment, we've already got them on board to say this is what they're gonna finish. Have they weighed in on this timeline? Does it match what they are capable of producing?
We have reached out to Giordani and Associates, who has reached out to Weiss Serota. We are in the initial stages of beginning the conversation with them about extending their timeline and revising their scope. We've had conversations with many of the commissioners. The Weiss Serota contract had included the sign code rewrite. Both Elena Ray and I have experience rewriting sign regulations to comply with the Supreme Court ruling Reed versus Gilbert, and we prefer to keep that in-house. We believe that with the experience in the department at this point, that the legal review can be streamlined. And should we find that there are issues with the timeline for our legal review, as we've presented, you all will be the first to hear it, as far as an extended deadline based on legal review requirements.
Have they seen your projected timeline, and are they okay with it?
We have
There's
we have not reached that level of the conversation at this point.
Okay. How much time in between? So if you're planning to come to us October, whatever date, October 3rd, for that first chapter, when will that come to commission for review? I know you've already done it with PZAB. When will it come to commission for review? When the agenda gets posted, like a week before, or are we going to be given additional review time?
So that question did come up in the one-on-ones, and if the commission would like to receive these drafts, chapters in advance of the regular agenda publishing schedule, then we need to have that consensus from the commission and an established timeline for us to deliver those draft chapters for review in advance of the agenda.
Can I ask a follow-up? If PZAB has already seen, if PZAB is a month before us, is what you present to PZAB exactly the same that would be presented to commission?
Probably. I'd imagine we wouldn't make edits until after our meeting with you, like with commission, just so that we're not editing constantly and then having to figure out which draft who saw and which edits everybody saw. So it would be easier to bring forward the same draft that PZAB saw to you guys to ensure that everyone is reviewing the same document and providing feedbacks on the same document.
What would make sense, and this obviously is just my opinion, is if you're presenting to PZAB on that Thursday, when that meeting is over, just commission, here's what was presented to PZAB, you will be seeing this on this date, that way then we have it, we have a month to review it, we're ready to go, and then it gets, put into the agenda, and then any suggestions that PZAB has made, we can have as part of the backup material in the agenda item. I'm just kind of throwing it out there to make it easier.
The one thing that I had discussed in the my one-on-ones with them, is that when it is brought back to commission, it's gonna be almost, that's all their recommendations, everything complete on how this thing should be put together going forward. Because we should not be writing it up on the dais. We go through, we figure out if there are some issues in there, which can be done ahead of time, that can be emailed ahead of time, Scribner's errors. We discuss those because we went through that the last time on every other page, this, that, and the other. We can't afford to do that. We have to trust our staff into compiling this the right way, let us review it, but not hash it out for 82 hours on the dais. Let's try and streamline us, PZAB and staff, doing this properly this time, because that's gonna help with the timeline moving forward. The longer we take, the more we're holding them up to the next process. But you're absolutely correct. We have to get it done right. Let's figure out a way to do it. That's all I'm saying.
So since we can't give direction, I don't know, can we give a consensus? I mean, we've done it a million times in workshops, that staff will give us a copy of the draft chapter the day after PZAB has had a chance to review it. Not their changes, just what PZAB saw.
We'll get it to us the same time as PZAB. If you're not looking for their changes, it goes to PZAB and we get a draft to review.
We could do that too.
I mean, that's that simple.
Well, we're assuming that it is going to get to PZAB before it gets to us. I'm looking at what they had up there, and it's early October, early November that it comes to us. So when does it go to PZAB?
Month before.
I have, not necessarily. Does it have to be the month before? Some of them are, some of them aren't. I mean, October, November, January.
She had a thing up there with the dates.
Yeah, 4 of the 6 are in the same month. There's only 2 that is the month prior.
See?
PZAB
is October.
October, November, January. Then you have a month ahead, then you have June and June. So I don't want to assume that it's definitely going to be a month before. I would like to have 2 weeks. I really would.
Yeah, whatever's comparable.
Yeah, or if they
Even
don't
a
see
week,
it
a
until.
nice solid week would be good.
Well, because of meetings and going, what goes on during that time, I'd like to have a 2-week spread so I don't have to, hammer down on it like I would a meeting, because the meeting we have 5 days maybe. So I would like it spread out a little bit, I can look over a couple weekends, so I would like a couple of weeks. I'm not going to assume that it's gonna be to PZAB the month before we get it. And I wouldn't want to put you guys on that time strain either, but 2 weeks.
I would also like staff to share with us a process and expectations. I would hate the 2 weeks or however long we have that document to be a Chinese torture, water torture for staff. So, it's, do we save our comments to discuss on the dais? Do we consolidate our comments and a day or two before the meeting, give it to staff? I could just foresee you getting 15,000 questions from 5 commissioners over that time period, and that would not be useful and productive. So just so that we have some process laid out for how we communicate our input that doesn't cause your head to explode.
Right, and I think that's when we discuss the procedures, and when Elena is back again, when we discuss the procedures, that was the way that they preferred having them, so we weren't taking all the time with going around the table on the dais. All the information was in, all the information they had time to go through in ahead of time as well, and not on the spot. So this way, we review it, go, well, this one might be little iffy here, what do you think? Well, they go, well, legally it's over here. They don't have to look it up, they don't have to come back again. It's on their time, but they'll give you a response going, well, legally it's this, that's why. So we have to have a process, because we cannot afford to sit up there.
Exactly, I
for 3
agree.
days.
We have to have a process, but I appreciate Commissioner Luke for bringing this to my attention. My eyes were going on an angle. Are you saying that like PZAB is gonna see November's chapter 2 after commission sees November's chapter 2? Because PZAB doesn't meet until at least the 10th or the 24th, which is Thanksgiving. So maybe, in a suggestion, put the actual dates in there that we're gonna be having that discussion. And I don't know why would PZAB see it after us? Usually PZAB sees it before us, makes the recommendations, and then gives it to us. This is, certain months, Commissioner Luke is absolutely right, it's gonna be backwards.
Well, I didn't mean it was gonna be backwards, but to me, the emphasis was, I would like 2 weeks. Whether it goes to PZAB or whether it doesn't, I would like to have a couple of weeks to look at it myself. I will state that I know, I was heavily involved in the chamber in 2012. That's 10 years ago. And we were making suggestions to the changes of the ULDC in 2012. I don't know of a rewrite that was done in 2010, because I don't know why they would have been readdressing it again 2 years later.
Because it was that bad.
But it was never, never completed. They hired University of Florida, and University of Florida does not codify anything. So that was on the fault of the city hiring the wrong consultant and not knowing what the agenda was going to be. It wasn't until we got these other folks, I can't say their last name, good people, but we didn't have the right people in place ourselves. We've got the right people, this is the right time, it will be done correctly, properly. We do not, as commission, write codes on the dais.
Nope.
And we have for a long time been trying to do that. But we've got the right people in place, we've got the right staff, the motivation and the drive that is there to get our place, to get our city where it needs to be, what it can be, is way up here. I mean, so we've got that drive. I have full confidence and trust that this will be done if there's no unforeseen issues or problems. We can't predict them. They are, who predicted COVID, But those types of things happen. But I'm looking forward to the implementation of this ULDC. I am confident that it will be easy, user-friendly to everyone, including the citizen. And all confidence that the staff we have in place will make it so.
Commissioner, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Good.
I've been giving this guy the high sign that I wanted to talk. I have complete confidence in staff, and I'm anticipating a great result. So thank you both for your efforts. I'm excited.
We have been out of compliance for the signs since 2015 when that went in. City attorney and I have talked about, she and I getting together and trying to pull that one up. Timing was not right, but the timing is right now. The right people are in place who know and have already worked on these state statutes to get our codes where they need to be. So, thank you.
So it's up to us to leave them be and let them do their jobs.
Right.
Yes, yes.
Well said.
We're policy setters, we're not code writers. So they bring the policy written in a form of code, and we make sure the policy is what we feel represents the city as a whole, and go from there.
Anyone else? Go ahead. I didn't see your finger, it was
That's
behind
okay.
the water cooler.
That's all right. Two other quick questions. On the back of this sheet, it says here, companion ordinance COO. What is that?
The city's code of ordinances. We may need to make some
changes to regulations in the Code of Ordinances that may result in conflicts with the ULDC rewrite. So we will bring those along with the ULDC rewrite if it is determined at the end of the day that we must make changes there to avoid any conflicts. For example, we have conflicts internal to the ULDC. We have conflicts between the ULDC and the comprehensive plan. We have conflicts between the ULDC and the Code of Ordinances, and some cases as far as definitions are concerned, for example. So we will, as needed, be bringing forward any companion amendments to the Code of Ordinances to make sure that we're not adopting regulations that are going to result in conflicts. Right now, we have so many conflicts. We run into barricades and landmines on a daily basis, even in consideration of projects that we want to see happen. We are finding these conflicting provisions where the comp plan rules and is inconsistent with the ULDC that are stoppers for us. We don't want to bring forward anything that leaves existing conflicts or creates new conflicts.
So the Code of Ordinances is what we call the administrative code?
City code. Correct, the city code,
The city
yes.
code, what the hell is a
Yeah,
code of ordinances? Well, when we hired the second consultant, we had talked about doing the city code and the ULDC in tandem, and they said that that wasn't going to be possible, but they would make changes to city code if they saw conflicts in ULDC. So thank you for telling me, thank you about Code of Ordinances is actually city code. I was like, I'm lost, what is this thing? All right, my other one is, I appreciate the fact that you're going to be reaching out to various departments that touch the ULDC. Thank you. Are we reaching out to outside stakeholders in our city to get their same input? For example, we just talked about the tree code. We saw some problems with implementation for the surveyors, for the developers, and we have to go back and make some tweaks. I'm hopeful that we will avoid some of those pitfalls and get their input prior to adoption, prior to commission possibly seeing it. Is that possible?
We intend to publish the ULDC rewrite schedule, and there will be opportunities for public input at all of your workshops for each chapter. We do have an email notification listing for all of our frequent flyers as far as applicants, engineering firms, and developers, and we will be sharing our rewrite schedule with them so that they will be aware when these items will be on the agenda and they can have the opportunity to review what's being proposed and provide public input if they feel necessary to do so. And furthermore, once the commission has adopted the regulation changes, part of that 90-day lapse between adoption and the effective date we'll use to conduct workshops so that we can bring the community into and to have some educational sessions as to, the big picture, what changes have been implemented through this rewrite beyond our repackaging and reorganization of the code.
We held many ULDC community conversations to get public input. I'm sure a lot of that public input is now a moot point because their ideas and suggestions have never been incorporated in any type of code, it's probably lost somewhere. Are we planning to do any community conversations prior to adoption, or is it just going to be at the meetings?
At this point, we intended for the meetings to serve as the opportunity for public input. If the commission wants to direct us to hold separate community outreach workshops as we rewrite or repackage the code, I think the changes that have already been drafted have been the result of an enormous amount of commission and community input. So I'm not sure at this juncture that we need to work that into our schedule, but if the commission desires us to do so, we will.
I totally agree with you. We've already had that input. You guys received what was already taken in. This is code that we're talking about. It's not an idea of what we want to go out and do. It's code. And we've got the proper staff in place that knows the statutes, can correct the errors that are within the existing code. To me, sometimes you can get too many hands in the pot.
And spoil the broth.
It causes more issues than it does help. So I think the order that you've got it is the best plan.
I was just asking the question because of past what we had done. I just wanted to see if that was on the purview to do that. But if it's only at the workshops, then it is what it is, and I appreciate that. I think the only lingering question is, when is Commission/PZAB going to see the documents in order to review?
I think we talked about 2 weeks prior. Is that
I
feasible
think
with your
it's-
schedule?
Yeah, I think it sounded to me like the majority of the commissioners were looking for at least 2 weeks. So I think when we publish the agenda for PZAB, then those documents are out there and available to the commission for review in advance of your workshop.
Okay, so PZAB is always going to see the chapter, whatever number, prior to commission seeing it?
Correct.
Okay, because that timeline probably needs to be.
I would just ask, when you release those chapters to us, that you also provide some guidance in terms of how you want our feedback.
We will do so.
Thank you.
All good?
Put mine in Morse code.
All right, let's talk about affordable housing.
Okay, so I'm going to tag on our schedule a little bit before we get too deep into the affordable housing initiatives. We, in our one-on-ones, discussed at length how aggressive the schedule for the ULDC rewrite has been prepared, and how individual special project ordinances will result in delays for the ULDC rewrite schedule. All that being said, the commission has had multiple conversations about affordable housing. Elena Ray workshopped with you a number of different initiatives that could be considered. We are proposing in the ULDC rewrite a number of affordable housing incentives, including density bonuses for true affordable housing as defined in the statutes, density bonuses for assembly of lots, accessory dwelling units, identifying additional areas where duplex or multifamily may be appropriate within the city limits. So that is the direction that we've taken from the prior workshops and what we want to incorporate. But we wanted you to know that we are very, very limited on what initiatives we may be able to move forward in advance of the ULDC rewrite. So if the commission does desire an independent ordinance for affordable housing initiatives, we will be limited to accessory dwelling units on 2 lot sites, 20,000 square feet, because the density caps and the comprehensive plan will not allow us to move forward with a regulation right now that would allow an accessory dwelling unit on a 10,000 square foot lot. Similarly to duplex dwellings. If the commission were to want to consider allowing duplex dwellings in our traditional RSF 2, and 3 neighborhoods that could only be accomplished right now in advance of a future land use element amendment on 20,000 square feet. The other initiatives that could be done in advance of the rewrite and the comp plan amendment would be changes to the minimum housing size of 900 square feet in RSF2 and 750 square feet in RSF3. So we are, as I said, limited as to what can be done in advance, and we are cognizant of the fact that an independent ordinance will affect our ULDC rewrite schedule. Still, we wanted to get the commission input on whether the desire is to move forward now with the beginning of the affordable housing incentives that we are capable of accomplishing in advance, or if you're satisfied with the schedule to include those affordable housing initiatives in the ULDC rewrite.
Go ahead, Commissioner Liu.
That's a tough topic. I mean, it really is, because everybody's heart is toward affordable or obtainable housing. And we want our ULDC done, you know, so it's like we want our cake and eat it too. Thinking quickly through mine, we've got some affordable housing apartments already coming. They're already slated. There's even more being talked about that is coming through the development people. So it's not as though we still aren't already having something coming. It may not be in the RSF categories or that, but I am willing to let that rest, knowing that affordable apartments are coming in order to keep the ULDC timeline in place. That then, you know, by the little over a year, about a year or whatever, would be able to address those single lots. I wondered why, when we said accessory units could go on single lots, why it wasn't changed. Nobody ever told us that there was anything, you know, keeping it from happening in the comp plan. Weren't told that.
We're only told a little.
And I'm like, why wasn't our direction followed? Now I know. But until you've got all of the ducks in the row to have it done properly, you don't. I mean, you think, oh, what in the world have they done? So that is my take. I would rather proceed with the ULDC, knowing that affordable apartments are coming at least for the city, and then address the single lots when the ULDC comes about. My take.
Right, and I just have a question now. Going through the ULDC as you have it planned out in chapters, which chapter would that fall under? So that's already in the first 3 chapters, so why hold anything up if it's already in the first phases? So that's what I wanted to ask to make sure. I thought it was in the beginning parts of it, so why stall before we even start? So I'm in total agreement with that. So I would say yes, go through with the ULDC and get everything that you can along the way and incorporate it as you go. So that's me. Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, the comp plan changes that you're talking about for the housing, what comp plan element needs to be changed to be able to meld the ULDC and the comp plan?
The future land use element. The future land use element outlines your densities and intensities within all of your zoning districts. So in order to offer a density bonus, for example, in our multifamily districts, you're at 15 units an acre. In order to offer affordable housing projects, 18 units an acre, we need to provide for that increased density in the future land use element. It needs to be fully addressed and vetted. And yes, I know there are some provisions in the future land use element right now that talks about bonuses and incentives, but there is nothing measurable about those standards. There are references to those incentives being offered on a case-by-case basis, and without any measurable standards on which staff can base a recommendation to increase a density, we prefer to have it spelled out in no uncertain terms that these are the qualifications a project needs to meet in order to receive a bonus.
I'm sure legal would appreciate that.
There's a housing element also in our comp plan. Is that going to be looked at in tandem to make sure, okay, we're changing the ULDC, it melds now with our future land use, now we gotta fix our housing element.
Yes. The housing element does include broad-based policies regarding providing a mix of housing to serve all the socioeconomic groups of the city. At this point, at this moment, I don't believe that there's anything in the housing element that would conflict with anything we're proposing in the future land use element. But we will thoroughly vet that as we go through the process. I can tell you that our housing study is in need of updating, and we're going to be working with some of our one of our general planning consultants that we have on board under contract to get that housing study updated within the next year. But we need to we want to take this and small bites of the elephant, as it were, if we try to incorporate updates to the housing element, updates to the wholesale changes to the transportation element, et cetera, it sets us back on our timeline to get this ULDC rewrite done. And again, we're very motivated to see this happen quickly so that we can stop identifying new conflicts in the code on a daily basis.
Similar question regarding our conservation, open space, and coastal zone element in the comp plan. I saw somewhere on your sheet, one of the chapters, maybe it was up there, one of the chapters had to do with resources, natural resources. Are we going to look at that to make sure it's not going to be conflict?
The conservation and coastal zone management element of the comprehensive plan was looked at probably in 2019 or 2020. SM&E was a consultant that came on board to help the city address the new state requirements regarding peril of flood. That draft ordinance fell to the wayside with the staffing turnover in the department. It has been picked back up. You will see it on your rolling agenda very shortly. And it will be going to the legal department.
We don't get a rolling agenda. Maybe we should, because it might help us. It sure would be.
Uh-oh. So it will be, right, so it will be coming to the commission.
We used to see it.
Yeah.
No, I don't ever remember seeing it.
Yeah. So it will be coming to the commission. We are planning on November. That's one of the comp plan elements that we need to get updated in advance of our evaluation and appraisal report with the state. And chapter 4, our site development chapter for the ULDC, will incorporate our flood zone requirements, our wetland preservation, our tree ordinance, our scrub jays, our gopher tortoises, our manatee protection, et cetera, and we will make sure that the ULDC rewrite is consistent with what's being adopted with the coastal and conservation element changes.
Maybe with your chapters, you had listed chapters 1 through 5, maybe a quick rundown of what is included in those chapters would be very helpful, not only for me, but the public and, and staff, so that they know, I don't have to worry about this chapter because we don't have anything in there.
Right.
It would be really helpful to have that, because when you said the resources chapter, I never even thought of scrub jays or the gopher tortoises, so, yeah.
Right, we will provide that to you by email at your suggestion when we had our one-on-ones, and I apologize I didn't get that out to you in email. When we had the balance of our 101s, we did have that basic outline available, and I will get that to you, and we'll add it to the commission agenda item when we workshop Chapter 1.
Okay.
Okay.
I only have a couple other questions. They might be related, maybe not, I'm not sure. The deferral of impact fees, is that coming to us soon? That's been going on for a long time.
Yes. The impact fee deferral ordinance, as well as the proposed economic development incentives, the 50% off for targeted industries. Economic development and NDS has met, and we have made a determination that to avoid confusion and to package waivers, deferrals, and reductions in the same article of the code, that it would be in everyone's best interest to bring those two, the deferral and the 50% off, together as one ordinance. I think that you can remember in the not too distant past, we had several different impact fee ordinances underway, and I think it was confusing for everyone. So we are repackaging those two ordinances, and they'll be combined and sent up to legal for review shortly.
So we're not going to see it anytime soon to get these incentives incorporated? Or is that coming with the ULDC rewrite?
Right. We're shooting for November on the impact fee ordinance for the deferrals and the 50% off. That's not part of the ULDC. It's not part of the rewrite.
Okay. And the last one, buying and selling of city property, and then I have a suggestion I'd like to share at the same time. Status on the buying and selling of city property, that is another one that we have been working on.
Yeah. That is Public Works.
I think before any of you guys have been here.
Yeah. That process or policy is Public Works Department driven. So I do not have information on where we are with those proposed policy initiatives.
Maybe city manager, you can keep us posted? All right. A suggestion that I had, and I did share this during my one-on-one, they asked that I bring it forward to the commission for consideration, or if you'd like for me to create an agenda item, I can do that too. I'm just trying to save as much time as possible. Since our impact fees have been adopted, but it did not include mobility fees. Mobility fees is at least a year or so away. I have spoke with city attorney and staff to see about implementing and adopting 100% of the 2011 impact fee study for transportation impact fees. They said that I would need to bring it to you guys to kind of get an idea on that. If you want me to create an agenda item, I will. Otherwise, we could kind of have a conversation on it now. And staff can kind of weigh in on that too.
Commissioner, I don't know that that's properly noticed for this meeting to have a conversation on this time.
And then why did they tell me to talk about it here? I will create an agenda item.
Yeah, and hopefully there'll be some backup on that too, when we can go ahead and discuss it with a little bit of ammo in our pockets.
I will create an agenda item by the end of tomorrow, and I will have it on for the 27th meeting at 6 o'clock, because it's too late to put it on next week's meeting.
Well, yeah, and just make sure that the meetings are too overburdened.
Not,
City manager, yeah,
I will put it on
Yes.
for the 27th, and then we'll let the city manager take it from there.
that's all I'm saying, that's fine, I just don't want to, we've got a lot going on, yes, and that's important, but
We're losing a lot of impact fees for transportation
gotcha.
that we could really be using.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speak just gave me an update on the city property. The policy document or process has been through legal review, so will be coming to the commission before the end of the year.
I'll put January of '23. Thank you very much. Appreciate all that.
You got any public comment?
No.
All right, it's 3:05, we're adjourned. I wasn't giving anybody any more.
They don't want to touch it. Now 3:05 in the afternoon. Option two. Yeah, let's go with that one. That one out there. Yeah, you can't see it. It's messing with our trees.